Test, test.
Enter Stack AI, the enterprise generative AI platform that helps you automate your back office workflows. Simply ask Stack AI what you're looking for. Stack AI will use state-of-the-art language models to search through your company's apps and give you the answers you're looking for, along with its sources.
Good morning. Is that Miss Kirby? How are you doing? I'm trying to do a mic test. Tell me if you can hear me on your end. Since you're the first person that jumped on, let me know if you can hear me. I'm testing the stream out, the new software. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, appreciate the feedback. Thank you guys. I'm waiting for a few folks. Can you also see my screen? I have my server and the back end up and running. I was writing some scripts earlier to configure. Started early, so if you could see my screen too, let me know. It should be a black background with a whole bunch of gibberish. You won't be able to understand it, but it's cool. As long as you can see something, thanks. Massive, massive. Appreciate it. So yeah, I'm working in the lab today. Decided to go over a few things, Active Directory, and a few other scenarios with you guys. I was gonna wait for a little bit, more folks can join in. Maybe about 5 more minutes, and then we could get started. Today I'm gonna walk you guys through a bunch of scenarios. If you've worked with me before, you'll know that I like to do a lot of lab environment. So I'm broadcasting from my actual internal lab at the home, and we're just gonna have some fun. So about 5 minutes, we're gonna get started. Cool. Thanks. All right, folks, I am back. I see a few folks on here, so appreciate you guys for joining in. So here's the scenario: you are basically an IT expert, or maybe an IT engineer, and you have been tasked to design a network for a corporation. Okay, I'm gonna drop this also into the chat so you can see the scenario that we're gonna play today. So basically, as an engineer, you're tasked with developing a new building and a network and layout for a new growing company. The company that we're working with today is going to be called Global Tech Solutions. So that's the company name. The industry is a technology consulting firm. They have a headquarters in New York, corporate office. Regional offices are going to be Los Angeles on the West Coast, and then we're going to have an office in Europe at the London station. They have remote employees that are working from home and global locations. And then also we have to allow the company to be able to provide consulting services for their business worldwide, including IT infrastructure, network security, and software development. So, as a newly assigned IT engineer, you are responsible for designing and implementing the company's entire network infrastructure, ensuring a centralized management platform with Active Directory. We're going to implement some security policies and configure network services. The company has multiple departments and several locations, as I mentioned before, so we have to make sure that all of these can seamlessly integrate together and everyone can access the company's resource. So we're going to design some network packages. We're going to do a little bit of subnetting and then also the VSLM, if you guys know much about that stuff. So basically, we're going to subnet 3 different locations, put them on the network together, and then we're going to build out a big package so that the structure can make sense in the design. So this is how I would do it if I was hired as this engineer. And also, this is pretty much my background as well. I am also an IT engineer. So starting off, I would, after we implement everything with the corporation and we finalize the details, then it's time for us to design and build. So this is what we're doing today. Okay. All right. So you are looking at a Proxmox server that I have from my lab. This is just basically the back end of it. I'm inside of the terminal. So I'm going to switch over real quick and we're going to get to the more granular details. So let me jump over to this screen real quick. All right, so on my server, we're going to be focusing on building out our domain controllers. So these are the first thing you want to do is we need to establish some type of directory. And how you do this is we have to establish the forest, right? So the forest is basically the overall hierarchy of the entire environment. And since nothing has been established or it's not present, the first thing we need to do is actually build it out. So we're going to start off with our first domain controller. Our first domain controller is going to be residing in New York City, which is going to be their headquarters, right? So we're going to build the first domain controller there, and then we'll dissect and build out the rest of the packages to complement and connect to this domain controller and the rest of the network. So I'm going to bring this up a little bigger. All I did was basically install, put the CD in or the DVD or whatever ISO you have, and I have just installed Windows Server 2025. So that's going to be the box we're working with today. So let's go ahead and, for the first time, since this is a new machine, we're going to go ahead and create a password to log in. Don't you just hate when you can't remember passwords? Alright, so let's create a password to log in. This is a brand new machine. Now, if you are new to installing Windows Server 2025, I have left one of the boxes open so you can actually see how it's done. So let's go ahead and walk you through real quick how you would start off the process. So you put your CD in, ISO, whatever, and we're going to start with the basic bare metal installation. Windows Server setup, so that's where we'll start, and you just go ahead and click next. You'll identify your keyboard if you have a different one from the US, and just go ahead and click next. Now with Server 2025, they have changed a lot of the interface for the front end. So basically, you can see that if you're used to 2022, 2019, and 2016 models, this is a little bit different. It actually looks like the Windows 11 platform if you've actually installed Windows 11. So we're going to go ahead and click Install Windows Server, and then I'm going to agree to everything. And then we're going to go ahead and click Next. It's going to go through and ask you now, what image do you want to install? Now, there's a few here. You have the Standard Edition, and then you have the Data Center Evaluation Edition as well. Then you have the Desktop Experience. Now, the difference between these is that one is a GUI and one has the GUI removed. If you select just the Standard Evaluation or the Data Center, just these two, you will only be installing the bare metal. Better for security and everything moving forward, but you just got to remember that you will need to use command prompt and PowerShell to manage this remotely. If you're not familiar with this and you don't have the capabilities or the training to do it, then this might be your approach. So we're going to go ahead, since most of the folks that I'm working with are probably new to this, we'll just go ahead and work with the Data Edition, so we have the GUI format so we can do the clicking. Now go ahead and click Next. Read the notice and license and terms. There's a lot of stuff here. Let's go ahead and accept it. And then we're going to go through the disk information right here. I've only allocated 100 gigs for this server because it's just a domain controller. Doesn't really need a lot. So from here, you can actually just go ahead and click Next if you choose to, and it will install directly to the space that is allocated. However, when I'm building out a new box, I don't normally just click Next from here. I normally create a partition, and here's the reason why. When you click Next here, it basically just installs Windows directly to the OS on your hard drive. But there's specific partitions that you need to allocate for actually the system being reserved, right? And then in case the machine crash, you can do a restore and so forth. So as you can see, when I create a partition here, it's going to actually build out 3 partitions. So now this is where I'm saying the system reserve here, you can't install it, but it's basically a failsafe. And then also the MSR reserve. So these are just basic 2 partitions that are additionally created when you do your installation from scratch. Partition 3 is where you will also now do your installation moving forward. But it's a good TTP to do it this way. Build out your partitions so you have these for backup and also restore later. And just now install on this one. It doesn't hurt because you really don't see this when you're doing the on the inside, but it's there for you as a failsafe. And then from here, we're just going to go ahead and click Next. It's going to ask you, do you want to install everything? Say yes, and then we're just going to go ahead and click Install. All right, so that's basically how you would install your Windows Server moving forward. Let's now jump back over to my box that's already built out so we can go ahead and move forward. Let's go ahead and log in. So on the Windows, on the virtual machine, it's always going to be Control-Alt-Insert, right? If you're working with me like on the Proxmox, you can also use a key and do the Control-Alt from this side as well. So you have them here, Control-Alt, and then also the keyboard itself. right? Just to get familiar with it. Now, password we need to enter so we can get inside our box. This is the first time we are logging in, so it will be the first controller being implemented. And here you are. So this is basically the new diagnostic data that you'll get from installing Server 2025. You skip that, and we're just going to go ahead and get next. Now we are inside of a brand new Windows Server 2025 machine. Okay, so from here, if we are building out our infrastructure and we're starting from scratch, like I said before, the first thing we're going to do is build out our forest, and then our forest is called Global Tech Solutions. So if you've never worked with a server before, or this is your first time seeing it, the interface for 2025 looks just like this, right? Now, there are some housekeeping things that we need to do prior to jumping into the install, and that is basically renaming your machine, making sure it has an IP address and firewall setup and so forth. So let's go ahead and dive into that real quick and get started. So there's a command called sconfig. From here, you can type it in. And basically, system configuration, not that one. So sconfig stands is abbreviated for system configuration or server configuration, right? So it's basically a PowerShell embedded programmatic shell that is basically designed and implemented on your server, so you can go ahead and use the command prompt to basically administer your machine. Now, as you can see, there are a couple numbers here, and all you have to do is just select the number as an option so that you can move forward. So the first thing we're going to do is hit number 2 and rename this computer. And we want to call this DC01 because DC01 is going to be inside of our New York City location, okay? So here we are, DC01 is the first thing. That's going to be the machine name. We're going to hit enter. Changes will affect once we restart. Restart now. We're going to hit no because we want to make some additional changes. Now, once the computer is named here, let's go to the network settings. You can do it here, or you can go down to the bottom right and also look for your network and internet settings. You can also hit the start, like I like to do, and just type in network. And you can view your network connections from here. Now, if you have a controller, you just want to right click and go to properties, and then TCP/IP4 is what you're going to use. We're not using 6, so you can always uncheck that. And go to IPv4 and then properties. You want to give this a static IP, okay? So since we started off earlier, like I said, we need to now start capturing the details of how we're going to build out this network. So let's go ahead and start doing some housekeeping rules. Always document everything you're doing. So let's go with Notepad, and we can start with our Notepad here from scratch. Now, we did say that we have identified what our company is going to be and the task overview. So Global Tech is going to be the company. So we know that we are working with a Global Tech Solutions, okay? And we're going to have headquarters, right? So we will have a NYC location, we will have a LA location, and then we will have a London location. And I'm doing this like this because I want you guys to see how you want to plan out your infrastructure so it looks a little bit easier for you to design. All right, so the NYC is going to be your headquarters, HQ. LA is going to be the West Coast. And then our London department is going to be our Europe location. So we have identified these and we know. So for example, DC01 is the first domain controller that I just built out. And we know that it's going to be under the New York City location. So the IP address for this is going to be on the 20 network. So we'll do 192.168.2.0/24. And that's going to be the network, which the slash is our CIDR for our network. So we're going to use that here. Now, we're going to also use DC02 is going to be also inside of New York, and we're going to put that. That can also stay in the same network because they're on the same pathway. Okay, and then we will go ahead and copy this and go to the West Coast. The West Coast now will have DC03, and they are going to be on the 3 network. And then we will do London. London will be DC04, and London can also now be on the 4.0 network. So simple breakdown of how we will do our designs. Okay, so 2 domain controllers will reside in New York for replication purposes across the network. Then we'll have a DC replicate into each different location. Okay, let's go ahead and draft this out so you guys can see it. And we're going to build this platform as we go along so you can actually keep up and see what I am doing. If you guys have any questions, please don't feel scared to type it in. I will stop and talk to you because I have nothing else to do today but just hang out with you guys. All right, so now that we've identified our network and we know this is how we're looking, let's start breaking it down. So we know that this DC is going to be on this network. So DC01, let's go ahead and give it an IP. And we're going to give DC1 an IP of 1.50. 255.255.0 is going to be an IP address for our mask because we know /24 is that class C. So we'll do our mask that way, and then this will be the IP address for that. Just as such. Excuse me. So that should not be 1. That should be 2.50. Like that. Okay. So this is just a small breakdown of how you would want to set it up. Right. So DC01. Let's move this up to the top so it makes sense. So let's move that there so we understand. And then we can put now the DCs under there so it kind of looks better. Let's delete this one. This is just going to be a copy of here. So now 51 will be the next DC. Actually, let's change them so the numbers match up. So 51 and 52. So there we go. So DC01 will have an IP of 2.51, and then DC2 will have an IP of 2.52. These are the 2 domain controllers that's going to be New York. Okay, let's move this up to the West Coast. Put that there as well, and then here we're going to also put this into the Europe location, and then we'll break down these IPs as well for the 3. So this is going to be 3.51. And then this would be 4.51. Similar approach. Keeping everything at the 51 state, unless you're in a DC02. And then the range is just going to change based on the subnet. Okay. So we have something that we can go ahead and build on. So let's go ahead and build now that we know. So IP address is 2.51. So let's go ahead and just put this in on our network stamp. So let's go back over here. Use the following IP address. And there we go. So there's a couple things. The gateway can be 2.1 here. Okay. DNS, don't worry about it because it's on the same network. The DC is going to be also your DNS server. So this DC will turn into its own DNS. So you can leave that blank and just go ahead and click OK and click close. So now you can see our DC is lit up. All right, so here we are. We don't really need to do anything else much from here because this is good. So let's just go ahead and restart our server. So let's go ahead and hit the 13 real quick. And are we sure you want to restart? You click yes, and we're going to restart. Oops, I need to save this. So we don't have to type this again, and let's move forward. Okay, so we're restarting this, and let's go jump on the other servers now and see how they're looking. So we just configured domain controller 01. Let's work on domain controller 02. Same approach. We're just going to bring them all online so they can communicate. Caps lock is on. How's everyone weekend going so far? Happy Saturday. What you guys getting into? All right, let's log into our domain controller. All right, so this DC is loading up. We'll accept this as well. And then close this out. So remember earlier now, we did DC01, so let's go ahead and work on DC02. All right, so same approach. We're just going to go ahead and click Start, Windows PowerShell, and we're going to type in sconfig right here. Oh, it's raining over there. Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. The rain can be sometimes good, but it can also be a little bit cold. All right, so here's one thing we need to do. So we're going to go back and hit 2 right here. And we're going to now name this computer to DC02. Hit enter. We're going to hit no again here. And if I'm moving too fast, let me know. And then network settings, like I said, we did it before by the GUI, if you were following. Now this time we're going to do it in the shell. So go ahead and hit 8 right here. And then now remember earlier you saw when I did it through the clicking piece. So instead here, this time we're going to do it here. So the way you do it here now, you just need to select the adapter index. If you look over here, each adapter is assigned an index number. So you'll select 0. If you had multiple different adapters, each would have a following corresponding number. So if there was another adapter, the next index would be number 1. Since there's only one adapter right here, then it will be index 0. So when it says select the network adapter index number, this is what it's asking for. You'll hit 0 and then you hit OK. As you can see, the current NIC is picking up a 169, which is in the PIPA address. For those of you who are studying for Security Plus, A Plus later, these are common terms that you will hear also in Networking Plus and Network Plus as well. You will hear the term a PIPA. This is the perfect example of an PIPA. So what's in the PIPA? It's an IP address that is automatically assigned to itself based on the Windows networking components. Since it can't find a domain controller to connect with, or a DNS, or it can't find a DHCP server, what it does, it automatically assigns itself an IP so that it can try to communicate. these IP addresses are non-routable and they cannot communicate with anything. So once you see a 169 address, if it starts with 169, it is a terrible address for you to have. And you never want to see this address alone on your network. But from time to time, you will see a 169. Don't be alarmed. It's just called an IP address that is non-routable, a PIPA. Networking Plus, guys, if you're taking this, this is good knowledge for you to know. All right, let's move forward. So the first thing we want to do is set the network address. So we're just going to go ahead and click 1 right here. And it's going to ask select DHCP static. We are doing static. S will be what we're going to hit. And move forward. Enter the static IP. Now remember earlier on my chart, we mapped it out so we know exactly what we're looking for. So on this one, it's going to be 192.168.2.52. Remember 51 was the first domain controller. Since this is the second one, it's going to be 52. Then we're going to hit OK. Subnet mask is the same. So yes, 255.255.255.0, which is a /24. And we're going to hit OK. Default gateway, like I said, you can leave or you can put something in. If you hit that, it's fine. And now we can go back and check our networking settings and look at it. Seems like it didn't take because I didn't save it. So let's go back here and set 1 static 168.1.52. Okay. So now just to verify, just go back in and there you go. So we changed it from a PIPA address 169 and now we have a 192.168.1.52 address. Now I was supposed to set up my Proxmox earlier server so everything could route and configure all the IP addresses and everything, but I didn't really get to do everything that I wanted to do this morning. I was having some server issues. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to do some routing with you guys. So let's go ahead and do the various ones. So ping 192.168. Oops, that won't work. 168.1.1. Can I hit it? It's probably asking me, yo, what is 192.168.1.1? I don't know that address. I can't get out. Right? Okay, too easy. So it's not seeing that address. Can I hit 2.1? It's probably saying the same thing too, like, bro, can't find 2.1. And this is where you have to make sure that you set up routing properly once you're designing. If not, you won't get nothing to talk. All right, so 2.51. Still can't hit that one, which is fine. Let's go back over here and we're going to go to DC01. We're going to jump on and we are going to go into the configs. Importance of having DNS and DHCP on your server. So important. All right, let's do a Windows shell right now. So 1.1 is basically the main router that I have on the outside of the switch. Is connected in a certain way, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about later. All right, so now this is 2.1. Can't find a 2.1 either, right? So we could find a 2.1 on this box going out. So 192.168 2.1 is hidden. If I'm looking at this address, right here, I got a gateway at 2.1 and I can hit 2.1, right? So basic networking, and I like this because sometimes you might have to troubleshoot. You may have to troubleshoot your boxes, right? So we did 192.168.2.51, and then we said the gateway is 2.1, right? Then set in the DNS so we can hit 2.1 from our DC01 box, okay? Now, let's go back to DC02. Same approach that we were working on over here. Right, so we see 2.1 over here and 52, right? Automatic DHCP. So 192.168.1.52, 2.1. Anyone spot what the problem was or is? Okay, someone had it. I think the IP address for DC02. You are good. So that means I fat fingered it, right? And this is why we always need to check. So I actually put in the wrong IP address here. This is Dope Life. You're correct. So yep, right here, as you can see, I had the two addresses different, right? So let's go ahead and change that to 2.52 right there. Click on OK. All right, let's disable and enable. And then let's go back and check out our routing. So can I ping 2.51? And I'll show you guys this as well soon. So 2.51 is the other server, right? Okay, can I ping 2.1? Because I didn't have it 2.1 earlier. So 2.1 is my gateway going out. 52, 51 right here. If I ping a 192.168.2.1, can I ping myself? At least first, can I resolve it? So yes, I can resolve myself. Okay, from this other box, from DC01, can I ping 2.52? Can't ping 2.52. So what we're going to do, we're going to set up a continuous ping, and I'm going to go ahead and do a -T right here. Oops. The -T comes after the ping. So 2.52, I'm going to do a continuous ping from, ooh, what happened? Oh, I don't like that. I took away the G. All right, so 2.52 from this box, from DC01, I'm going to do a continuous ping right here, right? Because that means I need to test the routing in between the two, right? Trying to get to the next side of the network. And over here, let's go back to DC02. I'm going to do the same thing. And I'm going to do a 2.51 going over to the other DC. So -T. There you go. So it's trying to resolve itself, but we don't have DNS set up yet, and we don't have anything else on the back end to get this to work. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in here, and we're going to turn off these firewalls. Right. So Windows Advanced, we're going to get rid of these firewalls. This is not common behavior in an enterprise environment, guys. So don't do this out there. But on an enterprise environment, you should have all different type of things set up as far as your NEDs and your network set up properly. So you shouldn't have to worry about your firewalls because there's firewall rules and everything that you'll create. Okay. So we're going to get rid of all of these firewall rules. We don't have time to play with them. Normally I'll just write the rules, but we're troubleshooting to get these rules off. Okay, so as you can see, I have 52 going and 51 going as well. And the reason why you can't see this is because when I showed you guys earlier on my network diagram that's on my desktop, let's go back to the desktop real quick, and I'll show you the build out. If you guys remember this build out right here, so we have New York City right here, right? We have 2.51, we have 2.52, all on the same network. And then we'll have these. The thing that is missing why we can't do any type of connection is that we don't have what's called a router in between these. So we need something that's going to allow us to make sure that the networks can actually communicate. Right? So the router's functionality is to provide static routes in between these two networks. So normally what I would do, I would use like a router and a stick, what we call, if you have a virtual router, you can build a virtual router as well, or you can do a physical router. But since these are VMs, you can set it up to route properly on the VMs. So virtual machines by default are supposed to be able to communicate with each other without having to do specific routes. So troubleshooting purposes for this right here, 2.51, right? And then this is 2.52. So it could have been a possibility that the NIC cards are not set up properly. So on the DC01, I'll just go to hardware, and I will check to see the network card where it's working. So I'm going to go ahead and click edit over here. And on this bridge that I built out, this should be on the New York City bridge, which is right here. Okay, so that is on the New York City bridge. Now let's take a look at DC02 and go to the network and see what bridge is it on. This is sitting on the LA bridge. As you can see, it's a different bridge. So troubleshooting purposes, I'm going to go ahead and change that to the right bridge that it's supposed to be on. And let's go back to the console. Now, as you can see, the bridges now are communicating. I hope you guys are watching what I'm showing you. So troubleshooting purposes, as you can see, now that we're sitting on the same bridge, we can communicate in New York, right? Let's go back to DC02. And as you can see, now both DCs can communicate because we have them on the same bridge. Hopefully this makes sense for everyone that was watching, so I can show you the connections that we just fixed. So just make sure that the bridges are working properly so that you can communicate. Okay. Now, there's other ways that you can do this, and I will talk about this later, but we're just going to continue the build for now, because now we have these two DCs are talking. Okay. All right. So we know New York is operational, so we can go ahead and close this. So what we can also do now, let's see, can we ping the other DC, right? So since we figured out the bridge problem, now can I ping 192.168.2.1? Can I ping that? I surely can, because I'm now on the same bridge. Can I ping 2.51, which is the other guy? Yes, I can. So now you can see that we have good connection across the board. Same thing if I go back to DC01 over here. I can stop this, Control X, Control Z, Control C, I believe. Control C, there you go. Now I can try to ping 52 replied earlier, so I can change this to 51, and now I can communicate with 51. And then now the default gateway is going to be take off the -T. Now can I ping the 2.1? And there you go. So now we can communicate across the board. So let's continue. We're on DC01. Now that we have network presence and we have the naming convention up and running, let's go ahead and finish up server. So we established network. We can communicate with our other boxes. So now it's time to build out our first forest. First thing you want to do is go ahead and add the roles and features. You can do it right here, add roles and features. You can go up to manage, and you can also do add roles and features here. Many ways to do stuff with Microsoft Windows. You can skip this page by default, but I always say to take a look at this first page because it gives a lot of information of where to start and how you can actually start the execution. Sometimes you skip this by default because you don't want to see it anymore, but it actually does have useful information that you can use. Once you've read this, go ahead and click next, and we're going to do a role-based feature installation. So we're going to click next again. We've established the name which we needed, which is DC01, and it has an IP address of 2.51. Let's go ahead and click next right here. And what we're going to select, ladies and gentlemen, is called Active Directory Domain Services. So we're going to add that right here. And in addition, we're going to add the DNS server. And we're going to go here. These two complement each other. You can install them separately, but it's not ideal. You always want to have your DC running some type of DNS, unless you're doing like separate DNS functions or whatever. But when you're doing your install, it is a best practice to put them together. So your Active Directory Domain Services and your DNS, they work together. Okay. So once these are checked, go ahead and click next. Apply. You don't really need no additional features here, so we're just going to click next and next from here, and we can restart the server if required. Click yes, and then we're going to click install. Now while this is running for DC1, we can go ahead and do the same thing for DC2 as well, because we're also going to need to promote this later. So same functionality, add roles and features this way, same thing, next. Oh, we didn't change the name of this one, psych. So let's go back into here and do sconfig, and we need to change the name and restart. So this needs to be DC02. Your question was, what is the reason for applying both at the same time? What is that? Both of the servers? Is that the question? What is the reason for applying the servers at the same time? Lou Supreme 124. Okay, yes. So that's what I was saying. When you install Active Directory, the ADDS services, you're going to need DNS as well. So you might as well just install them together so that it can configure itself on its way out. Because it's a recommended feature. You could also add a DHCP if you choose to, but you got to remember that DNS has to integrate with Active Directory, and DNS is going to create that namespace for Active Directory, right? So you might as well, because you need some type of DNS running on your network, and the best place to put your DNS is on your domain controllers. Hopefully that makes sense. So you could have installed it separately though, but since we're already there, we just went ahead and installed it. But you could have done it where we just did ADDS and then come back and do DNS. But it doesn't hurt because you can do a lot of different features together that actually complement each other. So DNS and DHCP and ADDS are two of the main ones that you can literally just install together. No, it's fine. That's why I said ask a lot of questions because I am here. I also do provide hands-on labs for you, like LU Supreme. I do hands-on labs where everything that you're seeing, I have the capabilities for you to log into these servers and play around and get some hands-on lab time if you can't do it from your own laptop. I do have lots of space and servers that you guys can play with. For now, I'm just doing a live demonstration, but I do offer hands-on classes or one-on-one classes as well. So if it's something you guys are interested in, let me know. We can always fire up sessions and play around as well. And this is going to get you guys, especially if you're going into your help desk function, it's going to get you that feel for your new job or to get better at help desk or just to learn the roles for the folks that are new. It is going to help you out. It's going to help you. All right, so where we are. A good function too, let me show you guys. So if you're ever working on a server and you don't know where you are or what box you are, you can do what's called Who Am I, right? Who Am I is going to tell you I'm an administrator and I'm working on DC02. Okay, so if you ever find yourself working on a box and you don't know, this is a good shortcut key that you can use to figure out where you're at. So we are working on DC02. Okay, so we need to go ahead and do the same thing. Add roles and features here. I'm going to click next. Next. Active Directory Domain Services as well, which is here. And click add the features, and then we're going to add DNS here as well, and click add the features, and there you go. And then from here we're just going to go ahead and click next again, next one more time, restart if it's needed, click yes, and we're going to install. So now that we have DC02 installing, we can switch back over now to DC01. It is complete. We can click close. And whenever you install a server or a service or a role or a feature, sometimes when it's finished, you'll see a yellow triangle. It means it's a notification that you need to act on. So once you click on it, it will tell you what's next or needed for this installation to be complete. As you can see now, it's telling me that I need to promote this server to a domain controller. So we're just going to go ahead and click there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where it begins. This is the deep foundation of where you need to select of what you need to do to build out this organization. Since this is going to be the first domain controller, it's going to be your main domain controller, then we're going to be building out a forest to start off. So we're going to add a forest right here. So we're going to add, as you can see, there's a couple options. Add a domain controller to an existing domain. This won't be it because we don't have an existing domain. According to our scenario, Global Tech is the new business development, right? So it would be that functionality. Ready to go. Stop hiding from me. There you go. And then it's going to ask you, is it a new domain to an existing forest? It can't be that either because the forest doesn't exist. So it's going to be a new forest, right? So this will be the new forest, and we're going to go with Global Tech as the new forest layout. So forest name is going to be Global Tech is going to be the name, and we're just going to do that local. And we're just going to go ahead and click next right here. And this is the first root domain that's been created called Global Tech. Let's jump over here and check out how DC2 is looking. Okay, so DC2 is almost complete, as you can see. It says close. And then now over here for DC2, it's going to be a little bit different because DC2 now is going to be joining the forest. So you will not create a new forest here, right? You're going to click add a domain controller to an existing domain once this is ready. Okay, so we'll prep that and wait over here in DC1, and we'll wait for it. Okay, here we are. The function levels will be 2025, right? So those are fine. You can keep it. And then we just need to create a directory service restore password. This is basically a password that in case you had to recover Active Directory or something crashed at the top level, this password is the password that you would set for like disaster recoveries and so forth. It's not a password that you would give to anyone, or it's not a password that you normally share. So your system administrators definitely don't need to have this password. As an engineer, this is maybe a password that you share with the engineers at the top level, but it's not something you give to your system admins, okay? But for now, since it's a demo, we'll just go ahead and create a password. And from here, we're just going to click next. Don't worry about this that you see right here. You can read more if you choose to. But basically, it's just telling you that a delegation for this DNS server cannot be created because it doesn't have a parent zone or cannot be found. You will see this because you don't have an existing DNS infrastructure. So it will have to manually create one. So don't worry about it. Just click OK. And we're going to click next. Now we'll find the NetBIOS domain, which is necessary for the domain. So normally we'll just pick up, there you go, Global Tech. And we'll just keep going. The sys volume and the Active Directory database. This is something that I covered in my last class. If you guys want to know more about it, you can go. But basically, when Active Directory creates itself for the first time, it creates databases. This is the location of the database. Your NTDS folder is actually the location right here of where Active Directory will create its database. Active Directory itself is a massive database that holds users, groups, computers, containers, and so forth. It needs a place to store the database. The database is created on the first time that it is built. So this is what this is asking you. This is basically, where should I create the database? That's the location of the database. You can always change this if you choose to. Not really recommended, but this is where the database will be created itself. Also, the log files will be stored also here. And then your sys volume as well, which we could get in sys volume later, but you also need this place to store them. By default, it will select a place, and we can just click next. Now you can review your selections, right? And then from here, you can click next. If you wanted to script this out and you don't want to do it again, you can go ahead and view the script here. And basically what this does is that the next time you want to create a container or whatever it might be, then you can use these scripts inside of PowerShell to map out everything you need to do without having to go back through the process of doing the click, click, click. And we will do this later on our additional builds. So let's go ahead and click next here. And we're going to wait for this to install. Now, I have you guys online, most of you joining me. Tell me about your experience. Does any one of you working at help desk? How's it going? Are you guys new to the IT world? How's that going for you? New jobs? You know, this is going to take at least a good 2 to 3 minutes, so I'm open for a conversation. Okay, prereqs have successfully passed. Oh, GovTech, this is nice. How's that going for you? It's hard to call you by the dope life. It sounds funny, but how's that going for you? 8 years. Oh, nice, nice. Do you like that environment? Also, more to come. We're going to cover features like group policies and so forth later. So if you guys tune in with me, I'll be covering or trying to cover a few things to help you guys out. Okay, nice. I understand the boring life. Cybersecurity to me is boring. I can tell you that a lot of folks they jump over to like cybersecurity, and if you're not the type of person that likes to analyze and do all that stuff, it can be. I found it boring at first when I started doing cybersecurity, and but as for me, I prefer forensic analysis on the cybersecurity side of the house. I think that's where the fun is. To be honest with you, you get to dive deep into finding things and analyzing and troubleshooting what went wrong and all that. Oh, another person been in GovTech. 5 months. Oh man, 5 months, 8 years. That's awesome. See, everyone's connecting together. That's amazing. I love it. Okay, what part of cloud engineering are you going to be focusing on? All right, so this one is installing itself. It normally takes a little bit. While this is running, I wanted to go ahead and IAM is really good. So this is running itself. So let's go ahead and start working on the machines themselves. So I wanted to bring up a few things to you guys. According to our instruction design, we're going to be running on Windows 11, right? So Windows 11 is going to be the machines that we're working with. I have two versions of Windows 11. I wanted to show you guys the change, which is a little bit funny. This is Windows 11 that we're going to use. Check out Windows 11 setup. It is a similar version to Windows Server 2025. You'll go ahead and click next when we start. Also click next, install Windows 11, agree, and then we're going to click next. As you can see right here, it's asking for a product key. So you'll just click, I don't have a product key, because we're just doing evaluations and testing, so we don't need to spend anything. And then here, it gives you the option to select between Windows Home and Windows Pro, right? So this is one version of how Windows 11 came out before. Now, if you take a look at this PC right here that I have Windows 11 on, similar approach, but they changed the design. So install Windows 11 here, I agree to everything, and I click next. Right here, product key, same thing. Windows 11 Pro. Did I change it? I think it was this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and change the options for this. And I'm going to show you guys. So I have Windows 11 24 and Windows 11 Pro. Okay. Let's quit this and alright, so I think it's this one where they changed the layout. Oh, it looks like the same. Well, they took away basically the product key version on what I was trying to show you guys with the Windows 11. There's two different versions of it. Because I recently had to do an upgrade for a client last week, and there was no product key listed on the version of it. And I was like, what happened? Right? So what we're going to be installing is actually Windows 11 Pro right here. So I don't have a product key, and I need to install Windows 11 Pro, so we're going to use Pro itself and accept the defaults as well. Similar setup to these two. So as you can see, I have two spaces like I was showing you guys. Remember, this 0 will be the first one and then 1. So I have two drives that I attached to this server, to this Windows 11 box. I'm going to use the first space. We're going to create a partition and click apply and let it run. Right? And this is just going to go through, like I told you before, and create the 3 partitions that you need. Then we'll click next. And then we're going to go ahead and install Windows 11 on this side. Then I want to bring up the New York PC as well and do the same thing. New York PC is going to be Windows 11 Home. So I want to show you guys something similar. Windows 11 Home versus Windows 11 Pro. Windows 11 Pro is what you need in an enterprise environment for it to work. But if by any case you got a Windows 11 Home and you're trying to upgrade, it becomes a problem and you can't use it. So I think I might want to show you guys how this works. But you guys let me know if you want me to show you this. If not, I will bypass it and go to Windows 11. If you want me to show you the problem of how Windows 11 Home will operate because you can't use it, just comment and let me know. So I'll wait for you guys to let me know what you want to do with this one. Let's go back and check on DC01, and our domain is up and running. All right, let's go ahead and Global Tech is alive, friends. Global Tech is alive. There we go. So we have finally got Global Tech on live. Our first domain is available. Let's go ahead and log in. Now, when you're logging into your machine, if you ever see the domain name / the name, that means you're logging into actually the domain itself. If you only see the administrator password, name by itself, then that means you're logging in locally. So you need to identify how you're logging into your boxes from here on out, right? Because you have domain login and you have local login. When you see the company name or the domain name / and then the name of the person, that is logging in domain-wise, okay? So just remember that. We're going to go ahead and log in as a domain. All right, so here we are. We have our domain set up. And like I said before, if you want to know what you're working on, open up terminal and just type in who am I. Who am I is going to tell you who your login is to. So if you're ever working on a process and you don't know if you're working in the right box, look it up. Who am I? Really simple function, and it will show you that you logged in as a domain, Global Tech, and Global Tech Administrator. Fair enough? All right. So our domain is set up. We have Active Directory installed. We have DNS installed. We can fire up Active Directory from here when we go under Tools, and you can see Active Directory users and computers here. For the first time, this is what it looks like when you bring it up. And here we have it. We have successfully installed our Active Directory box. Active Directory now looks like this. You have your default systems. Global Tech.local is alive. You have anything that's built in, the computers, domain controllers, foreign security principals, service accounts, and users. Now, by default, your domain controllers, when they come online, they're going to always install in here. This is your DC01. You have the ability now from here, we can build out our Active Directory structure, right? To make it look a little bit presentable. There are multiple ways you can do this, folks. You can go ahead and start by right-clicking here and just do new, and then new computer, a new group, a new OU, and so forth. But before we start, we need to follow our layout. How do we want Global Tech Solutions to look? Because I have OCD when it comes to this stuff. I'm not sure about you guys, but I hate looking at the Active Directory container and it is messy. It is one of my pet peeves. So when you're designing this, or if you have the ability to make this look good, please make it look good. And that comes down to planning, right? So if you plan this out properly, you know for sure how things are going to work. So we know Global Tech is at the top, which is right up here. And now we have branch locations. And then under each branch, you could probably have sub-branches or whatever. So the easiest way that I like to say is, look at this. You have a New York, right? So let's go with structure. And you know you have Global Tech at the top. So under Global Tech, you should have NYC as your headquarters. Then you should have LA. And then you should have London. These will be considered your new containers under your structure. So if you map it out this way, you should see something like this. Now, if we did New York, and under New York we had different locations like Queens, and then you may have Manhattan, the Bronx, and there you go. So now under New York City, we know we have Queens, Manhattan, Bronx, and Brooklyn. The 5 boroughs, right? I guess you guys can tell that I'm from New York. Never mind. But this is basically where Global Tech lives. And then inside of New York City, we'll have Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Bronx, so forth. Now, under LA, you might want to have similar approach. Does LA have bars like New York? I'm not sure, but we can just make up some stuff. So let's go with, forgive me if I don't know all of the cities from LA. I'm not really from there, but I'm gonna make some stuff up. right? And then I need one more. I think there's a Long Beach in LA. Culver City. All right, let's go with Culver City. Thank you. All right, so there we are. Now you have Global Tech, you got New York City, we broke it down. Then we have LA and we have the locations in LA. And now we need to do London. So I got a family in London. So I might be biased when I chose these places because I know folks, I've been to these places. I think it's fun. But in London, we're going to go with, is Chelsea in London? Let's go with Brent. I think Brent is in London. We'll do. Help me out. I'm trying to get some cities in there in London. I think Westminster. Yeah, Westminster. I remember Westminster. So let's do Westminster. People watching this later, they're gonna be like, man, how do you go to London? You don't know Illinois. I normally just go to where my family's at. I'm sorry. I think we have Chelsea. I think there's a Chelsea. I should just want my favorite football team. Um, let's do Fulham for the sake of it. I don't even know if these are inside of London, but Fulham is one. One, two, three, four. I need one more. One more place in London. What about South Wark? I think that's a place. All right, so here goes our locations, right? Folks that are, remember earlier they said that you'll have folks that are going to be remote working in different locations. So we want to make sure that our Active Directory is built out properly when we do it. Cranford, yes, Cranford is a good one. Let's use Cranford. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, so we have it designed out, right? Where you can have the containers built. I don't think we need to go deeper into these, but this is fine. So your first overall container would be New York City, right? Then LA, and then London. We already established Global Tech, which is right here, so that any other containers that are made under here will be these three. And then inside of those three, you will have different containers. So let's go ahead and do the first one. Let's work on a new, and we're going to go to a new organizational unit. And this organizational unit, we are going to leave this checked. I will tell you why later. So the first one we're going to do is called NYC. And we're going to hit OK. So you know now NYC is under here. And then inside of NYC, we're going to create new organizational units as well. And we're going to call the first one Queens. There you go. So, as you can see, this could be a tedious process, right? Because here you are trying to do all of this by yourself, and if you right click and do this all the time, it will be forever. So there are different ways you can do this. Let's go to Queens itself. We created it, and let's go to properties, and we can look at certain things. There are only 3 boxes that are here, but I want to figure out how can I do this in a simpler way without having to type all of this. So I can go ahead and open up what's called advanced features, and inside of advanced features and Active Directory, it expands Active Directory into a different container approach. under New York City, you'll see Queens. If I right click Queens again and go back to properties, now you're going to see many more boxes at the top, right? This is what we call advanced properties. All right, so under object, I want to go and I want to see how this looks. This is basically the canonical, I think that's what they call it, canonical name of the Active Directory, right? And attribute editor is where I wanted to go. So you have what's called the distinguished name right here. And as you can see, if I open that up, this is the value that I'm trying to find, right? Because I want to automate this. I don't really want to have to keep doing this all the time. So let's go ahead and copy this, and I'll show you how we can do some PowerShell, because we're going to get deep down into it, right? So now that we have figured out the distinguished name and the string of where we want to place these things, right? We can go ahead and click close. So now I know this is how my structure is going to look. Okay. So now I want to go back and I'm going to fire up what's called PowerShell. So I'm going to go with PowerShell, if it will ever come up for me. And then if you're a newbie or new to this, use Windows PowerShell and run it in the ISE mode, right? The ISE mode is going to help you out a lot when it comes to you learning how to script. So for this example, click on script right here, and we're going to play in this environment. So we know earlier though that this is going to be the OU that we need, right? And there's multiple ways you guys can play with this and figure this out. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in here as a starting point. And then I want to be able to create a new OU, right, inside of Active Directory. So we're going to start with new dash. And if you do a new dash inside of PowerShell, you're going to look for AD organizational unit. So we're looking for new AD organizational unit, which is right there. So all you gotta do is click that right here. And then if you do a space and a dash, you're looking for the name, right? So the name is now going to be the name of what you want to call it. Fair enough? So if the name is going to be on the first end, we haven't created London yet, right? So we did New York City, we need to create LA. So we can go ahead now and click this, and then in quotations we want to do LA, and then we're going to do it like this. So you can see the name is going to be LA because LA does not exist, right? And then the pathway now is where we're going to put this. So we're going to do the path right here. Now the path is basically, since it's the first OU that's under the domain itself, then we can easily identify the path, because the path should just be under the DC, right? So it should be the DC equals, and then everything that's right here. That's going to be the string that we're going to use. So if we copy this and put it up here, it should be DC equal global tech, which is the first part, and then DC equal local. Right? So to create a new organizational unit in PowerShell, if you're starting off with it, you'll just do new AD organizational unit, the name, which is right here, and then the pathway, which is right there, right? And this is going to create a new name, a new AD called LA under globaltech.local. So when you run this as a single line, and the way you do this as a single line, you just highlight it and then you come up here. If you point to this, it will run the entire script, but that's not what we want to do. We want to run it just by the section. So inside of Active Directory, remember, we don't have LA created as yet, so we want to test it. So we're going to go back to our script that we just wrote for the first time, and we want to run this. Now when you run anything in PowerShell and you don't get any red, most of the time that means it took it. So there you go. We did a new AD unit, LA, and that was the path. And if you come up here now, all we need to do is refresh, right? And we need to click on Global Tech and do a refresh. And then now you can see LA was created. Now, how cool was that, guys? I like this better because it's so much easier to create everything that we need. So we identified now LA, and now we can do London. So all we have to do literally is basically now copy this, change this to London, and now we just go back up here and run that, and London is created, right? So London is not created. You go back to Active Directory, you go to the top, refresh, and then you have London. I like to use this, and I'm a scripting guy, because it makes life so much easier versus having to create all of this. Because remember, Global Tech is a brand new company. What if they're telling you that we had over 500 locations to create? There's no way I'm going to go to Active Directory and right click 500 times when we can script this out. And this is just a one-liner. There's different ways that we can break this down, where we can say for each path, create a new OU, and then we can list it. And it will just run a script, and it will break it down and create all of them for you. But since you're new to this, I don't want to get too deep into the scripting piece that you might not know. But this will save you a lot of time if you start understanding how to script, how to automate, and how to use PowerShell. Fair enough? All right, so we have created our first, our 3 OUs are now there. New York City, LA, and London. Go back to here. We can even go into view and turn off advanced features so it looks a little bit cleaner. And as you can see, we do have London, LA, and NYC all up and running. Fair enough? So now we need to now create the subcontainers, right? So we already identified that we know how to create it, the first piece. How do we create an OU from an OU? Anyone wants to tell me? Take a guess. I will help you out while we work on it together, and we can test it. So since we did a new AD unit, it's going to be similar, but since this is the raw, Global Tech is right underneath, all we have to do is bring this piece underneath where we want to create it, right? So for example, if we did New York City, New York City would have been like this. And once I run this, it's going to give me an error because it's going to say it already exists right here. So it's telling me that I can't create this because it already exists. Perfect, because we already know that, right? So we have the three locations already built out, and now we need to create the sub-locations, which is too easy because now all we need to do is take all of the information that we already have, and we're going to bring it over into PowerShell right here. So I'm playing with the information that I have, and then I want to create a new AD. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to do this. I'm going to change this to Queens. And the path now, instead of directly under the Global Tech, it will be OU equal here. So this will be basically the new location. Hopefully you guys are following. So we're going to go one up. So Queens will be the first one right there. We went one up. All right. And Queens are going to go under New York City. So then now we just need to remove Queens. We have Manhattan. We can copy this now and put Manhattan right there. We're going to X out the Bronx. Put the Bronx right here. Staten Island. Right there. And Brooklyn we're gonna put right here. Now there you got it. So I won't run the first one because Queens is already created, but I'm putting a new OU inside of Manhattan. That's called Manhattan under this pathway right here. Now let's clear our screen real quick so we have fresh place to work. And as you can see, if we went back to AD, right here, this is how it looks. So we'll test it to make sure that there's nothing else there. And then on the NYC too, we'll refresh it so we can test to see only Queens exists. Now, if you have everything built out, you can highlight all of these and you can run them. And it is done. Real simple. So now if I go back to NYC and I refresh, Brooklyn, Bronx, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island is all done. It is one step of a snap, just like that. Tell me that is not awesome, how you can build out your structure this way. So now that this is complete and we need to rebuild this, copy, paste, copy, paste. We already did this under NYC, so we can now roll this up under New York City for the structure wise. And now we need to bring these under their piece. So let's put London under its respective spot, separate London, and then let's go ahead and move this under LA and do LA by itself. So we did mention that LA has these locations. So all we gotta do, excuse me, we're gonna just copy these and bring them back over into PowerShell. Now we're working on the LA. And like I said, this is your canvas. We're just gonna play with it. All you gotta do now is change them. On the LA, we're gonna bring these locations. And then we need one more. So Riverside right here. And then don't forget to change the pathways. So OU equal LA. So we need to change these. LA. Okay, so there you go. So we did the first one earlier, so we can actually comment that out. And then now we need to make sure that we run all of these. So we'll put in Oxnard on the LA, make sure everything is on the LA. And these are the pathways. So literally we can now highlight these and run them. It is done. Go back to Active Directory and check. On the LA, just refresh real quick. And then now we can check to see all of those OUs are currently built out. So there you go. Simple, easy way to build out your location, right? Now let's focus on London real quick. Similar, London, let's go ahead and do comment this one on since we ran it already. And then these are going to change NYC to London. There's another way you can do this too by just doing a change all, but we'll just type it in real quick. So London, change all of these real quick. Alright, so we have all our London locations ready, and now we just need to get the list from London that they provided for us to build out. And we're just gonna go ahead. And if you have scripts already that's made for you, like this could be something that you have a one-liner if you're new to it, and you could just have these made. So then, if you ever had to do any type of building later, you don't have to stress about anything. Put it in your script and let it work for you. And then Cranford. All right, there you go. So London is now ready to be ran. We checked to make sure London is good, and we're going to build everything out inside of London. So let's go ahead and PowerShell this out, and voila. So now let's go back to Active Directory, and we're just going to check now to refresh London. So now we have all our sites on London built out. Right, there you go. So London is good to go right here. New York City is good to go, and LA is good to go. Any questions so far, guys? Tell me what you guys think. What do you feel about using the PowerShell version of this versus having to sit here and create all of these accounts one by one? Okay, there you go. So now we are going to move into the different sector of AD. So we have AD built out, and we're going through the whole process, right? So we have all of our OUs as far as structure, right? Built. LA, London, New York City. We have the locations built out, right? But now, if we go back to the build, the design, remember that this corporation is saying, hey, we need organizational units for each. And then they're asking too that the organizational units need to have departments, right? So the departments they're asking for under the structure are these. Because we got the locations, so now we need to build out the departments. So they're asking for HR department, IT department, finance, sales and marketing, and then R&D. And R&D stands for research and development. So these departments now need to be built out because this is how they're going to operate. So we know that HR, IT, finance, sales, and everything. We have the locations built, and then we also have remote users. That are built out, right? So for each location under here, for each under New York City, we need departments for HR. HR for New York is going to be in a lot of location different from your IT, your finance, and so forth, right? So how we're going to work this is that we're going to take HR and we're going to move them. And we know that HR is going to be in Manhattan. Their IT section is going to be ran out of Staten Island. Their finance section is in Bronx. Sales and marketing is in Queens. The research and development is in Brooklyn. And then we got remote users all over the place. So there are remote users everywhere. So since they are remote users in every location, we can potentially say that means each of these have a remote location, right? So that means remote users are at the top of each. So when you build this out and you do it properly, if you want to keep it clean, in Brooklyn, when you go to the OU Brooklyn, you should only see research and development and then remote users, because that's how we're trying to structure it, right? So that means we need to now create, right, different departments under these. So if we went back to PowerShell and we looked at this that we built out earlier, now it's easy to identify because we already created these structure in PowerShell. We can just keep going deeper and deeper into it. So the first one we can start off with is with New York. So we created the high structure already for New York. We could comment it out. We don't have to do anything else here. Now, inside of Queens, we did say that Queens has sales and marketing and remote users. In fact, everybody will have a remote user. So let's say, since everyone will have a remote user, I'm going to put a remote user under all of them. So I'm going to do a new right, and let's go here. I'm going to do a new unit, so I'm trying to keep this clean as possible. New unit, 80 unit. The name now is going to be remote users. Right, and then the path is going to change because now the path needs to be Queens OU this way. So this is what the path is going to look like, because it's going to go under Queens, not under NYC. So that means this right here will have to change because we're going up one. So we'll build it out as such. So remote users will be under Queens as well. And then I'm going to also have another department under Queens. And Queens had sales and marketing. So sales and marketing will go under Queens. So right here we'll do sales and marketing. There we go. So if you take a look at this now, all we need to do is worry about these two new. So we need remote users under Queens, and we need sales and marketing. So we go ahead and create those real quick. And now we can go and check to see how New York City is looking. So let's refresh on New York. Under Queens, we have remote users, sales and marketing. Those are good to go. So we just built those out. Perfect. So now we can go ahead and copy these strings under each, like I was showing you guys. And we're going to go ahead and go here as well. And remote users are here, but this is Queens, so we're just going to change this to Manhattan. So change this from OU equal Queens to OU equal Manhattan. There we go. So now remote users are under here. Same thing. Copy this. And since it's remote users, let's check to see what's under Manhattan. So under Manhattan, we have HR. So HR is in Manhattan. So all we need to do now is just change this one to HR. Hey, Glad Play Games. Nice that you can join us. Thank you, bro. Thank you for months for watching and your support. So HR So there you go. So we have HR right here. So now we can go ahead and take care of this on the Manhattan. So now Manhattan will come alive right there. So HR and remote users are up and running because they said they needed HR in Manhattan. Remote users, everywhere will have a remote user, right? So based on where these workers are working, you can have a remote user. You can also put a remote user directly on NYC instead of breaking it under these. But if you want to keep it clean, we're just going to break it down as such. All right, so now that we have these broken down, let's go to the Bronx. And we're not going to do all of them like this. I just wanted to show you guys the structure of how we're going to get this worked. And then I'll run through the rest. So under the Bronx, what do we have? The Bronx, they had finance and remote users. So remote users and then finance. This is under the Bronx, so let's get this. Let's work under here. So remote users. Bronx. There you go. And then it's finance. So now we can go ahead and run these. And then just validate to make sure that the Bronx got all its people. Finance and remote users. And as you can see, guys, like the process, once you build it out, it takes a little bit of time. But if you do it right, you can get everything working the way you want. So I'm going to leave this piece here so you guys can see how it's done. But this is building out your structure. Your structure can take a little bit. But if you're hand jamming this one by one, you're going to run into a lot of time. Okay, so I prefer to do it the remote way, which I think is a little bit easier. So let's see what else is left. We did Bronx, we did Manhattan. IT is going to be over in Brooklyn, and we have the Brooklyn and Staten Island left. So let's change these to remote users is East Brooklyn. So Brooklyn. So those two are Brooklyn. Remote users in Brooklyn, and then who we're putting in Brooklyn? Research and development, so R&D. Okay, so research and development, and then this is it for Brooklyn. So we can close this one, and then on the Brooklyn we have these two that we can run. Double check Brooklyn now to see how it looks. Refresh. Brooklyn is built out. There we go. And I'm telling you, you do have scripts that's out there that you can make to do all of this yourself. You just have to take time to create it. right? And then the last one is Staten Island, which is just the IT. So for Staten Island, we'll change these as well. And we'll just do this. Staten Island here. And Staten Island here. And then instead of research and development, we'll just do IT. There you go. So now on the Staten Island, this one, we'll just do these. And then the structure now for New York is fully completely built. There you go. So you have all of your locations built out by structure of how you wanted your Active Directory to actually look. Right? So that's basically how you do it. And then I walked you guys earlier through just right clicking and building the same thing over and over and over. So now that we have all of these, we have our remote users and we have our groups. This is basically how you would create your structure for OUs. Now, how do we create users, groups, computers, and all those other elements? Well, guys, the process is similar, the same. You can right click and do the same thing, which I'm going to show you. So let's say we have a new IT person that is in Staten Island right here. To create a new user, you just right click on where you want to create a user. You just go to new and you'll create a new user right here. Now the new user, we're going to name this guy Jimmy, right? And we need a name for Jimmy, so let's call this Jimmy. What's a good name? Jimmy Smith. And the username for Jimmy Smith now is going to be depending on your organization. So we can do first name dot last name, first name, first initials, or whatever. So for example, Jimmy Smith login information could be j.smith. So this is how you would set it, because you want to make sure that when Jimmy logs in, it's going to be j.smith at globaltech.local. Now you're wondering basically why is there a drop down box here? Well, basically you can have multiple locations or multiple domain structures here where Jimmy can log into. And as an administrator, Jimmy may have the option to select different places of where he wants to log into. So that's why you have a drop down box here if you've never seen this before, right? So Jimmy J.Smith, right, could be his login. Or we could say, Jimmy, you need to log in fully because we have too many J.Smiths and it's a common name. So it could be JIMMY dot R dot Smith. So that means Jimmy's initial could be R and his full name is Jimmy R. Smith. So when Jimmy logs in, it needs to be Jimmy.R.Smith. This is going to be dependent on your organization. This is a policy, basically, however the unit or the organization wants to be, or however they want to utilize logging into your Active Directory environment. Some places have it just like this. Some folks don't use a finger login and passwords. They use what's called like a cat card reader, like the military does. So you'll never have to log in. You have like a token base. So it just really depends on the organization, okay? But every place is going to be a little bit different. Now, once you're logged into here, right, you can create Jimmy R. Smith here. So we're going to create Jimmy, and we're going to click Next. Now, we're going to set a default password for Jimmy. So let's go ahead and do password policy. And under the password policy, we're going to have a default password. Let's call it PASS letter W, 0, RD, 123. Now this is your default password that is required to be changed every time you log in. So when you create a new user, you just copy this password, you go back to Active Directory, you set this to password here and password here. So then you're going to also check to say user must change the password at next logon, meaning that this password that you're giving them is a one-time operation only, right? That means that you're going to click this box and you're going to say once you give this to the new user that you're onboarding, after they type this in, they are required to change your password. So the password must be checked at the next logon. That's what we're going to do, right? And then we are going to say next, and we're going to click finish, right? So this is a new user. Don't forget about Jimmy, right? Because Jimmy is going to come back up later on, because Jimmy is going to be our IT guy that's going to help us to create all of this, right? Cool. If you have a policy in your environment that states that all user accounts need to expire at a certain time frame, when you go to accounts after you create these accounts, this is where you'll set it. So you'll come down here, and if you're saying every 90 days, every 60 days, or whatever the policy might be, the account expired. Now, you can set it manually here, or you can do what's called scripts or GPOs that will set this based on a criteria. It could be based on when a certificate expires. Let's say that they have to do annual training, right? And if their annual training is not complete by a certain time frame, then you want to expire the account. Or you can say if the account has been inactive for like 30 days, it goes to expire, or 60 days. Whatever the policy might be for that organization, you can set this to do whatever you want to. And that's one of the good functionalities about Active Directory, is the management piece of users, groups, and computers and so forth. Okay. Now we're going to click OK. We'll come back here and talk about this a little later. And we're going to work with Jimmy in a little bit. So in our Active Directory structure, as you can see, we built out New York City, right? The way we wanted it. Right there. And New York City is up and running. So this is the first branch of the HQ. So we know for sure that the HQ is built out. But now we need to apply users. So there's one user in Staten Island, which is just this guy. But also we need to add computers and groups as well. Now it's the same functionality as how we do. If Jimmy needs a computer to work, so instead of under IT here in Staten Island, we need to create what's called a new group or user or computer, right? But we want to make sure that we put these in the right places. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go ahead and create a new, and we're going to create a new OU this time, and we're just going to do it by the click. Let's put users in here. Right? And then also we're going to need another OU. Computers. And then we're going to do another OU. Groups. So if you dive deep into Staten Island on the New York City and you go to the IT department, instead of IT, you have users, computers, and groups. So Jimmy that's over here is sitting under IT. Now we can move Jimmy into his respective location. Now there's different ways that you can move a user, computer, or an object. Since Jimmy is sitting over here, you can definitely click on Jimmy and you can move Jimmy now into the location you want him. So if I go ahead and drag Jimmy under users, it's going to give you a little prompt and click yes. and we'll move Jimmy now under users. And now Jimmy is moved. If I wanted to go ahead and move Jimmy again, I can go ahead and right click on Jimmy this time, but instead of dragging him, I can click on move. And then this is a safer way to do it because you actually know how you're moving Jimmy. You can break it down all the way to wherever you want to put Jimmy and move him into that location. All you have to do is find exactly where you want to move Jimmy, and then you can move him from there. So if I wanted to move Jimmy in the groups, I can move Jimmy. And if I go onto the groups, now Jimmy's there. But Jimmy's not a group, is he? He's not. He's a user. So we're going to go ahead and put Jimmy under users where he belongs. And that's basically how you would create a user account and then how you can move that object into their respective group. That is the GUI way. Now, if we wanted to do the same thing, can we do it in PowerShell? Definitely. Yes, we can. If we went ahead and opened up a new page and worked on it, let's say we wanted to create a new user. It's a similar approach. You remember I said we just want to start off with a blank canvas, and then we just go from there. So if we're in here and we come down, we want to type in new and dash, and you're going to see something where we call AD. This time we're looking for new AD user, right? It is right there. And then all you have to do is now just fill out the properties. So you can just do a dash name, and then the name is basically how you want to name this person. So let's go ahead and call this person Samantha. So new AD user name Samantha Long. Right? And then you can add a password string if you choose to. And I'll show you guys that probably if we have time. But if you wanted to create just a password for Samantha, you could using it this way. Or you can just do a new AD user this way and call her Samantha Long. Right? And from here we can just run this, right? So let's say, let's clear my thing. If I did new Samantha here and click enter, then it's just going to create a new AD user called Samantha Long. And that is it. But then if I go into my AD structure, I'm looking for where Samantha is, because you just created Samantha and she's probably down in the users because we don't know where Samantha went. So if we refresh, did Samantha go into users? Like, where did she go? Yes, she did. Default users go straight into the users box right here. And if you look over here, you'll see Samantha Long. But she's a user and she's disabled right here. Has no credentials, can't log in, has no login information because she wasn't really created properly. Right? So she's just hanging out over here. So let's go ahead and delete her real quick. And we'll come back. So what could we do to help out Samantha? Well, from here, we can probably do the other attributes right here. And then we can do this where we call the append. So basically, we're about to open up a bracket so we can help Samantha out a little bit. So if I wanted to break this down per se, there is a little, there it is. This is what I'm looking for. So I can do title. Of Samantha. Actually, this is not the one. It's supposed to be this. So Samantha can have a title and then equal to director, probably. We can give her a mailbox. So maybe she has a mailbox. We can say mail equal Samantha long at, and then it's going to be the domain name, right? So globaltech.local, right there. And then from here, you can add additional features as well, because if we want to go down and close this, all we have to do is close this out right here. So I'm adding a new user, Samantha Long, and then additional attributes. When we talk about additional attributes, we're talking about the attributes that are listed on the user itself. So this is the account, but the attributes is everything you see right here, like on the profile, their address is an attribute, their display name and all that stuff is just additional attributes that you wanted to add. So can we run Samantha again and see if this will create right here? So yes, this created Samantha Long. If we go back and look in here, we're going to refresh users right here. Samantha Long was also created. But this time, as you can see, the email that I put in, right there, it created Samantha Long's email address. And like I said, all of these are different attributes that you can fill out to make Samantha profile a little bit better. Does that kind of make sense for everyone of when you're creating your users? So if you're onboarding like a new user per se, and you're getting all the information from HR, if you have a script set, you can have all of this stuff already filled out for your users and putting them exactly where you want them to be. The right way. Everyone kind of tracking what I'm saying? Hopefully you guys are following. So let's break down Samantha now into a little bit deeper. Because once you have this and it's open, it's so much that you can add to here. So we want to put Samantha into the right location, right? So let's say her given name needs to be added. So let's go ahead and just add these in real quick. So her given name, and we're going to break this down and say her given name was Samantha. And then her surname, and then her surname is going to be Long, just like that. So we know surname equal given name right there. And then her SAM account, normally that's like the account name that you use for like the login purposes. So SAM account and then equal, and we'll just do like that. And then there's other values that we can add to. So I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but I might need to look up some of these. See if there's the ones I miss. And like I said, there's multiple ways that you can break down these PowerShell strings. There's different ways you can create it. You can do the one-liners, you can do the full strings. It's just really up to you and how you want to learn how to, to do it. Are you using Azure VMS or Hyper-V? No, I am not on Azure, and I am not using Hyper-V. I am actually on a Proxmox server that I am streaming from my house. I used to use Hyper-V. I don't have a problem with Hyper-V. Hyper-V is a little bit limited when it comes to the networking aspects and how I want to streamline like the virtual machines. So I don't really use Hyper-V that much. I do use more Proxmox or EXXI on the VMware side. I only use Azure when I'm teaching Azure to other students because it kind of get expensive too once you got to pay for that stuff. All right, so we're back to creating Samantha Long, right, with her attributes. All right, so like I said, there's multiple strings that you can put in here for Samantha. There's multiple ways you can do it as well. Like it's not just limited. You can do it this way, where I'd say you can do the outer attributes and break it down, and then give her everything she needs. Right here, we're gonna need to remove Samantha again, delete her. So these scripts that I'm doing them from scratch. I can forward you anything that we use in the class. You can have them, but everything I'm doing right now, I'm just doing it from scratch, just to show you guys how to do it. But yeah, sure. If you need scripts and stuff like that, I can help you out. So this script right here we're doing is going to create Samantha along with our other attributes. We need to give her a name, SAM account, or whatever. And like I said, once you have this already made out for the first time, and that's why I'm doing this in real time with you guys, so you can see that there's really no hard way of doing it, or you just got to figure it out. And once you do have it figured out, it's really easy from there. You will never have to create a user again, taking forever, right? All right, so remember the account was disabled the last time, so we need to fix for certain things. So we can say account, right, enable, right? So last time we did it enabled, so we can say account enabled this time, and we're going to say true, right? So instead of it being disabled when you went to look at it, now you have the account enabled, so it's going to be true this time, right? Then what do we want to display? So we can say display the display name. Now, what do we want the display name to be? So equal, our display name is going to be Samantha. So Samantha is the display name. So this Samantha Long, that's going to show up. So that's what we want her name to look like, right? And then there's other stuff that we can add, but let's test this one real quick and see how we're looking. Oh, didn't like that. So SAM account, both can be specified. So the SAM account name and the same is the same. Yep. All right. So doesn't like that one. Account enable, really? All right, let's take this out and put it at the bottom. Once you start playing with these strips, like strips, I said strips. So this is supposed to be probably at the bottom. It doesn't like it, so I'm gonna put it down here and then move this up here. Because account enabled should equal to true, but I think there's a space right here. And we can wipe this out and test it again. I love working with PowerShell. You get all these errors. Doesn't like that box, so I'll take that out. Move this one up. And we'll just troubleshoot from here. Wipe my screen. Mirror wipe. Surname doesn't exist, really? I'm missing the old things. Jeez, there's so many things I've changed. I need to update catalog. All right, there you go. So there's a lot of things I had changed out of the attributes from when I did this a while ago. So all of these attributes I did for Samantha, and put her back in here. So if I refresh and go back and look at Samantha, Samantha's back in here, and the display name and I guess a few things are the same. So this is one way we can do this, right? All right. So I think we've did enough with Samantha. If we wanted to create a new user back into our, like, let's say Samantha was over here, and we wanted to move Samantha into a new account, we need to fix our account. So a regular sysadmin created Samantha. Samantha tried to log in, but she can't log in, right? Because Samantha doesn't have a way to log in. Because if you look at her account, her login doesn't have nothing because they never created it properly. All they did was ran a script, obviously right here from the help desk, but it never got created properly. So this ticket got elevated to you, and the user is like, hey, I can't log in. Well, there's a few things you can look at and see what's wrong with this, right? First of all, the account is disabled. So we need to right click and we need to enable the account, right? But it can't enable the account because it's unable to update the password. So there goes another problem. Samantha doesn't have a proper password. So let's fix it so Samantha can log in. We're going to right click and reset the password for Samantha. Remember the default password we set over here. There we go. Samantha now has a password that she can use to log in, and then we're going to unlock it at the same time. Passwords were set. So now let's see if we can enable Samantha's account. Samantha's account has been fully enabled. But now Samantha doesn't have a location where she works because Samantha is supposed to be in the Brooklyn office in the research and development, but her account is nowhere over, not in the right location. So we need to go ahead and move Samantha. We can drag and drop, like I said, and put Samantha here. Or we can right click on Samantha's account and go to move. And then we're going to move Samantha where she's supposed to be working. Samantha is going to be working in New York in the Brooklyn office on the research and development. But there's nothing on the research and development for her. It was never built out, which is cool. We'll just drop her in there for now. At least she's in the right location. And then this, we need to just build out a Brooklyn office. So let's go to new OU. Users. Samantha now needs to be in the users container. And then Brooklyn itself needs to also get its own computers, just like how Queens, HR. So users need to go in here. Access is denied. Anyone knows the reason why? Because these are basically prevented from moving. So how do we fix that? We can go over to advanced features and go back under these, security. Now let's see if we can move computers under here. There we go. And then users is the same thing. The reason why you saw that error is because it's protected, right? So if you ever try to move users under research and development, you're going to get this error. Cannot move object because access is denied. Well, it's not necessary that access is denied. It's because when you create a new OU, for example, it gives you the box right here. It will show you that the object is protected right here. If this box is checked, it prevents it from accidental deletion, from being moved, and so forth. So what you do is to fix this, you uncheck it, and you click apply, you click OK. So now I can move that under research and development. So if I go down to research and development, I have computers and users under the Brooklyn office that is set right here, the proper way. Same thing with finance and remote users under the Brooklyn office, right? If I wanted to move them, I can't move them unless I fix that. So that is a good TTP for you guys to know. If you're trying to move something in Active Directory and you are having issues, make sure you check to see that it is not locked from you being able to move it. Hopefully you guys are still with me. Trying to build out the structure for you guys to see how it's ran. So here we are. So we do have Active Directory. We built our first couple of users. Now we need to create some computers. So let's go ahead and go back to Queens, and we are going to go down to, where's our IT department? Was he in Brooklyn? Where did we put IT? So who's in Staten Island? So let's go to Staten Island real quick. And we need to go to IT. And under IT, we got computers in groups. So creating a computer is the same way. We need to now bring some computers inside of Staten Island, right? Remember when I started, I had PC01 built out. So we're going to now create a computer and bring it into the organization. Now, if you create the computers first in Active Directory, this is what's called staging. Because before you join them to the domain, you don't necessarily have to create the computer names inside of Active Directory, right? You can just join it to the domain, and then it's going to automatically go straight to the computers folder up here. But if you stage the computers, right, basically in a location where you want them to be. For example, if you're doing a new computer build, I recommend that you don't put your brand new computers that you build directly into your OUs. You should have a separate OU that is set for where you do new systems, right? And then that OU can be the OU that you do all your patches, apply all your updates, and so forth. And then once those systems are good to go and they're patched and they have all the latest updates, then you can move them into the respective OU that they belong to, right? But for this purposes, I'm just going to show you how you will do it, right? So Staten Island will need to get some computers. So let's just go ahead and go under computers. Version 1, how we do it, right click and just do a new computer right here. And just going to give this a computer name. Now, underneath our list, we talked about department's password policy. We put Jimmy up under here, right? And now we need to do naming convention. How are we going to name our computers on the domain? This is something that needs to be established as well before you build this out on your organization worksheet. Reason being is you don't want computers just lagging or just have all type of ridiculous names out there. So what I like to do is when I consult with different companies, based on the location of where you are and the device type, you can literally build out your computers the way you're supposed they want to. So we do have a naming convention by this by itself, and we can go by a certain range. So let's say we wanted our naming convention to be between 10 to 12 characters, right? And we're going to go by location first. So we can say everything is going to start with glow for the actual domain itself. So we know everything belongs to Global Tech, right? So we could say glow is going to be the first thing, and then we're going to go by location. So it could be NYC, LA, or London. So it could be glow NYC. Then you can have glow LON and then glow LA. So now we know if I'm looking at the network for a computer, Glow is supposed to start with, so all my computers should start with Glow. Then if I go to NYC, that means this computer is located in that region, right? And then from here, we can do another similar location where we do another dash. And we can say, okay, does this computer belong to one of the 5 subbars? So I have Q, M, B, S, but there's 2 B's. So let's go with 2 of these then. So let's say QU is going to be Queens, MA, BR, ST, and maybe BR, but there's another BR. So instead of doing it this way, we can assign them maybe each location have a number. So we could say Queens might be number 1, 2, 3, 4. You can do it as such. Or we can just do BR for Brooklyn and BX for Bronx, right? So for NYC, for example, I would just do, if it's in Queens, it's in Queens. So if it's in Queens, it will look like this. If it's in Manhattan, it will start with an M. If it's in the Bronx, it will be BX. If it's in Staten Island, it will start with an S. And if it's in Brooklyn, it will start with BR. So now our naming convention is going. And then we know global, New York City, Queens, and then you can do the department, right? If it's sales or marketing or whatever you want to do, you can do sales. So for example, you can do sales right here because we know it belongs to sales. So you can do S for sales. This could be HR. This could be IT. This could be RD for research and development. And so forth. And then we also have finance, so we can do like FI. So as you can see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Minimum 10 characters already just by going by the locations. Now, the next thing we could do is if it's a laptop, desktop, PC, or whatever. So you can do laptop, desktop equals desktop. Then maybe you can do server if you have a servers over there. Or if it's a printer. So this is like free chicken that I'm giving you guys for setting up your stuff, right? So laptop, desktop, server, printer, so forth. You can name them just like this, right? And then you just put a number behind it or whatever. So for example, you know that this is the naming convention going. We have the location broken down. Then we have the department. And then you have the device. So this could be Alpha laptop over here. Then this could be, this person has a desktop. IT has a server. And then RD has a printer, right? So there you go. We just have different numbers. And then you just do numbers after this. So you can just do 001. Or what I like to do is the last 4 of the actual device itself. So if there's a serial number of the device, I will just use the device. So last 4 of the device serial number. So let's say this laptop, the last 4 of the laptop was like 5458, something like that. Then that would be basically the naming convention we can use. So if you copy this now and move it over, we have a solid naming convention for a computer, taking out all the brackets, everything, and then that could be the computer name. You'll just need to know how to read it. This is a little bit more complex because you're looking at this, you're like, man, how do I read this? But this goes back to your policies that you set earlier, right? For your organization, you need to know what you're looking at when you're reading these computers. But I could tell you, because if we look at this, we said it's a global computer. It's in NYC, Queens, right? We talked about that. It is what? What's the S for? Y'all remember? Sales. Sales laptop. And then that's the last four for when we're doing inventory purposes of that laptop. So now that we have that computer set, let's go ahead and copy this. And we are going to now put this computer name inside of Active Directory. Just like that. And then we're going to click OK. And there you can go. Well, I put it in the wrong location. It's in IT. That's supposed to be in sales. But this is going to be a computer that belongs to the sales department, where sales is in Queens, right? So we need to move this computer probably up here. But as you can see, it's here. We need to go to Queens, probably just build out the OU. So Queens, we'll build that out. And there we go. So Queens now have computers and users. And I can go back to IT over here and move this computer. Did I move this under the right? So Staten Island computers, but it's supposed to be under sales and marketing. So I need to move there. Can't. So let's fix this real quick. So under sales and marketing, the computers belong there. Then these users also belong here as well. So we're just going to go to object and fix these so that the structure looks properly. Sales and marketing. Oops. Thought I fixed that. So now I'll put sales and marketing under here where it's supposed to be under Queens. So if you go to Queens, you should have sales and marketing. That's who's over there. And my users and computers under sales and marketing. Staten Island, my IT right there. And then I need to get another OU over here because I need to put some groups, which we're going to talk about right now. So then we are setting up all our stuff. So as you can see, we're building out our structure and we're going along well. Got everything going. And so if you look at our structure, I think we have a question over here. What is the difference between groups and OU? I never understand it. Okay, so pause real quick so I can break it down for you. You have OUs. Think of OUs as a container, right, within Active Directory. And it's used for organizing objects, basically like what I'm doing. So the OUs are just containers that you can use to organize objects. Instead of the container, you will put users, groups, computers, printers, and so forth. And these are for security, permissions, and so forth. Like, because on the container itself, you can then apply policies later, like security policies, which we call GPOs, or group policies, right? So that's how the OUs are. Now, when it comes to the groups themselves, the groups are used to organize users, computers, and other resources as well. But the purpose of it is mainly for like delegation of administrative tasks and permissions. So they kind of are similar, but it's not really the same because groups can be local, groups can be domain local, they can be global, universal, depending on the scope. They can be, they don't have a hierarchy per se, right? So once you add them, they're just like added to the organization. Um, but their mainly purpose, the main purpose of groups is to manage permissions to resources. So you'll put users, you'll put computers, you'll put everything that you want for permission based inside of a group. For example, if you, I'm gonna give you maybe a good example. Hopefully, it will help. If you have a user, not you, Siri. If you have a user that, not even a user, let's say you have an IT department and you have everyone that works at a help desk. You will create a help desk group, and to the group itself, you will apply specific permissions to that group, right? And you will say everyone that's inside of this group have permissions to access printers in Brooklyn. When a new user or a new person from the IT team comes on board, all you have to do is add them to that group and they will automatically inherit the permissions from that group, if that makes sense. So the group is there because it holds that security process, or it holds the permissions that's always there that you can apply to everyone, which is the best practice anyway. You apply permissions to groups, not to users, right? And you can use it to manage. The OUs, on the other hand, is basically just like a box within inside of a box. It's just like a container that you use to organize stuff, like a shelf. You put stuff inside of it and you organize it that way. But when it comes to the groups, it's more like lock and key. You know, you can't get into the cell unless you have the key and so forth. Kind of like, I'm not sure if you remember when we talked about like folder structures when we had to do write policies and so forth back in the days. Something similar to that. But those are the main features. Hopefully I explained it well for you. They are similar but not really the same. You know, think about control and permissions and resources in that aspect. Groups organize for access control because groups are related to access control, but OUs are basically for organizing the structure of the Active Directory. But just always remember that groups are basically for security and permissions. OUs are for policy, applications, and organizing. That's like the easiest way to remember them. Yeah, you would never, like if I'm showing you right now, you would never really want to see groups on the outside of here because it's not organized well. You will put groups inside of your OUs specific to that location. So I organize it first and then I apply permissions to it afterwards, which is what I'm breaking out for you guys. So New York is being set up. I just created. We talked about the OU. Where were we? We were at research and development, and we just created computers and users. We did Samantha Long. That's over there. HR has its own Queens, Staten Island, sales. Yeah. So we created our first computer right here and we gave it to the sales and marketing team. So sales and marketing have their first computer right here. Okay. So we've created so far a computer and we've created 2 users so far. So now we need to create groups, right? First place I'm going to go create a group is inside of IT. So let's go to IT and we're going to go ahead and click a new and we're going to click on group. And here's where I was talking about earlier with the whole group aspect, where with the group you have the group scope and you have the group type, right? And you can create the different versions here because it does a lot of, this is the permission based part where a domain, local, global, and universal, they all have different restrictive permissions based on what you created them for. So inside of the IT, we're going to do a help desk, right? So we want to have a help desk group inside of here. And then we will give a new group, and we're going to call this sysadmins, right? And then we're going to have a new group. And this group we'll call, so we have sysadmin, we have help desk, and cyber team. All right, 3 solid groups that we have here. If you're at a help desk, you don't have sysadmin rights, and then the sysadmin is different from the cyber team. So security, right, administrators, and you help desk, right? Good to go. All right, so that's basically how you would create your security groups. For your OUs. Now, a specific thing that's always talked about is the group types. Not sure if you guys saw it earlier where I was trying to show you what they look for, right? So when you create a new group, like here when I did new and I went to group, if you look right here, you have the different group types. And this is something that you got to pay close attention to. So if you do a domain local group, right? So a domain local group right here, which is scope. Basically, this is limited to the domain where the group is created, right? So that means it only can be used across the entire Active Directory forest. That's your domain local. So you got to pay attention to how the groups are specified. If it's the domain local group, you can assign permissions to this only inside of the domain. It uses users, global, universal for membership, domain local, and all that stuff. That's basically for the domain local. If you go with the global group itself, the global group is limited to the domain where it's created. So for example, if this is created like inside of one part of the domain, you can't access it on the other side. It won't really allow you to do it as far as permissions go. And that might be something too that we might be good to talk about pertaining to the question you asked earlier. But the universal groups now can be used across the entire forest. So for example, we have the forest here, the entire forest. This is the entire forest, right? So when you create a universal group, if it's a universal group, I can go anywhere inside of the forest and access it. But if it's not a universal group and I have a different domain under here, most likely I can't access it if it's only a global or a local group. Hopefully that kind of makes sense, right? So we have the users, not the users. We have the containers created, and I did create the groups. They're sitting in Staten Island right here. So let's jump around and play with the other boxes now and try to get them online. So let's jump out of the DC1. We've done enough work. Let's go back to DC2. DC2 now needs to get configured because we were working on it earlier. Now you remember when we first started, we did add a new forest, and we created a forest because nothing else was there. But now we need to add either a domain controller to an existing domain, which we could do with DC2. Because DC2 is still sitting inside of New York. So we're going to add a new domain controller to an existing domain. So right here, the domain itself, all I have to do is type in globaltech.local and click select. Now, because this is already credential wise based on the domain, I'll have to put something in. And since it's already on the domain, I'll do as such, and then I'll give it a password. And this is basically trying to find the domains inside of this forest that exists. So if it is successful, it should find the domains, and then I'll be able to select it and move forward. If it is not, then we have some issues. While this is retrieving, let's go ahead and play with New York PC01. So earlier we built this out and we needed to figure this out. So let's do Windows 11 Pro, and we're going to go ahead and click Next and try to get Windows 11 working so that we can get Samantha to log in for the first time and try to get on board. So we're going to create a partition here for Samantha and get her PC up and running. So go and hit partition 3, hit next, install, and while this is working, we're trying to get these PCs online. We will do LAPC as well. Try to bring LAPC. This one should already be done, so we're just going to select yes. Trying to get this one to work. Yes. Skip the layout. While it's working, we're going to go to London PC. And we're going to bring that up. London PC, yes. As well, yes. Skip. So we have all the PCs that are coming online. And then we're building the Windows 11 here. Now we still have DC3 and DC4 that we need to bring online as well to represent for the other locations. So we will work on getting those up and running. So DC1 is still working. This is where our forest was built out. And then DC2 is still looking. So we got into an error. Let's go see what it is. It says the server is not operational. Why? Okay, so let's see what happened. Can't retrieve. Okay, so it was probably Global Tech. That was the name. So this probably was sitting here before it was built out, so it probably got stale. So let's go ahead and try it again. Okay, doesn't like that. Credentials look fine. Let's change this. This one. This is still up. Is it? Did I do something that turned it off? What did we turn off? Yeah, networks looks up. Yeah, I still could talk to .1. And then I still could talk to, I should be able to talk to 51. Yeah. I'm still talking to 51. Oh, you know what? There it is. That's the problem. So the DNS right here is not resolving because it needs to find um, the server. So the DNS server here will be the address of 51. So 51 will be the DNS server right there. And then 192.168.2.1 can be the other DNS server. Set those right there. So DNS is going to be always. You ever hear they say DNS is always the problem? It is a fact. Yep. So DNS, I'm thinking it was a DNS because now when I select it couldn't resolve because it probably couldn't find what we were looking for. So let's see if it takes it from here. Error contacting domain global tech. Global tech. Oh, you know what? That's why. It's add a domain controller to an existing domain. Yeah, that's right. Why am I tripping? I could be fat fingering this password too. Because now it finds the dot local. You see that? That's crazy. And then it took it. So I think I was probably passing. I probably was passing the wrong one because now it found the global tech dot local after I did it this way. It's weird, right? Active Directory controller for the domain. Show more. The domain controller to an existing domain. Yeah. Now it would be DC2. DC2 is not a domain. Is it? Is it not global tech? Global tech.local. Yep, and then change this to Strader. Did it find it? So it's telling me you can't find the DNS. This is a DNS issue. Yeah, this is a DNS issue. All right, let's troubleshoot. Love troubleshooting, don't you? All right. So let's troubleshoot and see what did we do right. Oh, well, duh. Why is this disabled? Oh man. Obviously, he's not gonna find anything if it's disabled. What is it? What is supposed to be the IP of the DC? The DC was 51. But yeah, obviously, is there he goes. The doggone thing was disabled. I tell you, man, DNS is always the problem. And that was my fault because I disabled this and then go back and turn it on. So error getting a list of targeted. And then I probably fat fingered the whole thing. So let me cancel this whole operation and start all over. Got one thing fixed. Global tech.local was the problem, right? All right, hit me one time, boom. All right, didn't get no issues this time, and it allowed me to click next here. There we go. So yeah, I tried. I don't think that was the issue because I was able to ping, and if I do a ping, the DC name itself. So the oh, so I got the same error. Was it a password? Hold on. And I didn't set up sites and services yet too, so that could also be an issue because site name is telling me that it can't get a list of sites from the targeted environment, which I did not set up sites and services yet either, which is true. So if I ping DC01, I can get it because DNS, see? If I ping DNS, it responds. See? So it does find it with even if I ping I did find it. But we're here getting a list. So getting a list from the sites from the targeted. I didn't set up sites and services yet either, which shouldn't even be an issue. But okay, let's play a ball game. Too easy. Let's jump out of here. Go back to DC1, and let's get into the meats and potatoes. So I had this on my list, but I wasn't ready to talk about it yet. But here we go. All right, so giving me problems. DC Global Tech is up and running, and if I go to start, and I wanted to go to Server Manager, which is here, there is sites and services that need to be set up. Which, if you go to Tools and go to Sites and Services, right, you can set up your sites and services based on your subnets for the first time. right? The default site is normally going to be where the default NTDS settings are set, and then your servers will show up right here. You can rename this. So right now I can rename the first site. Since this is the first site, I'll call this NYC right there. And then I'll have the servers. So my global catalog, which is this DC right here, it should be set and everything looks fine. Right, so DC that global tech is good. But I need to also configure so for New York City, I need to configure the subnet. So 192.168 dot 2.0/24. That's the Active Directory prefix for this one, and this is for NYC. So we'll go ahead and click OK. So this is a subnet for this. The next subnet that I need to add is, well, I need to create the site first. So I have the London site that needs to be brought up. And then I also have the new site called LA. And then I need to also create the subnets. So I need to do a new subnet. And this subnet is going to be LA. So LA is going to be sitting on the 3.network. So it's going to be 3.0/24 for LA. And then a new subnet. And this is going to be the London on this network. So the default cost now is the site links in between here. So as you can see, I need to do a new site link. So I'm going to do site links in between each. So this is going to be a bridge. So I'm going to do NYC to, well, I should have created these earlier, huh? Yeah, because I needed when I created these site links, I needed to change them. Okay, either way. So I'll add this one to this one. Well, I can use a default site either way. I wanted to create two site links in between each, which is fine, but they will route because with the sites on your separate subnets, you're gonna want to bring on. So I need to bring on these servers for each. So DC1 sits under New York City, which is riding on the 2.0 network. Then the 3.0 will go to London. I mean, LA will get the 3.0, and then we'll jump on the 4.0 with the European, branch. Okay, so let's fire up DNS and see DC1 is replicated. So Global Tech does have the host address right here for DC01, as you can see. So it can find DC01 right there. But when I go back to DC02, okay, DC02, when you're looking at it's still trying to find it. Did I install DNS with this? Yes, I did. Okay, so the DNS is still trying to communicate with the other one because there's nothing created between no zones between these two. All right. I love having issues though on the in real time because a lot of time folks thinks when you work at certain things, you don't have problems, but in real time you do suffer real issues. It actually does happen. So it's always good to have troubleshooting stuff happening at the same time where you can fix it as we go along. Let's check on PC1 how this goes. All right, we're going to skip this for now. We have a naming convention set. We'll skip these as well. So one of the things about installing like these, for example, right here, if you're ever installing Windows 11, you can come across this error where it asks you to connect and you can't connect because you either need a driver or whatever. And it's one of the ways Windows kind of like keep holding you handicapped or hostage. So now you're stuck in like, why can't I install this? I don't have an internet connection, whatever. Right? So there's ways that you can fix this. And all you gotta do is just try to do the bypass this. So in here you want to do a shift F10, and these are things that I'm trying to show you guys to do because sometimes you may have to do this later on. So this is what's called like a OOBE, which is called an out of box experience, and you want to do the pass NRO. All right. So if you ever run into these, it's a shift F10 here into the command, and then what you're gonna do is run the command, the OOBE one. Yeah, I think somebody posted it too. Yeah, perfect. So you want to run this to basically bypass. I don't even remember what NRO stand for. It's weird. But anyways, you're gonna type in OOBE here, and then type in slash BYPASS, and then NRO. And once you hit it, it's supposed to allow you to bypass that arrow and then go through. It's just so, this is why for example, like here, you see, same thing here. It's another thing too with the whole you need a Microsoft account in order to sign in. I have videos on this as well for you guys that you might get stuck trying to install and then you have to create an account and all that stuff. So same thing in here. And you're supposed to like disable the NIC cards too, because you don't want to keep trying to connect. So many things we're doing at once, so hopefully you guys are keeping up. But there's like a lot of little things that are happening at once that you might end up seeing. You might end up seeing throughout the process. But you are supposed to disable the NIC card because it's going to keep checking for updates. These systems can't get to the updates because they're not connected to the network. So don't have internet connection. But in case you're having problems, I'm trying to show you both ways that you will see the issues later and the best way to fix it. And this is why you should have your own, because if you have to do this for enterprise level, this is a headache, right? So hopefully you guys are not trying to. So before earlier, remember on this build, because this build is separate from the other builds. Remember earlier it wasn't allowing me to say I don't have internet. After I did the OOBE, now you see it says I have this. Different versions, just different ways of fixing it. It's weird. But now I can enter the name, right? If I don't want to enter a name, it won't let me. It's right here. I don't know why. But let's say I'm going to call this sysadmin. No password. I'll set that later. And I'm going to check all of these because we don't need to share nothing with nobody, right? Best practice. So one version of Windows will let you go through. As you can see, I didn't have to do the disabling for this one just because of the way your environment is set up. But let's look at these other two and see. Okay, so right here, let me skip. But like I said, these NIC cards are not set for, they don't have the ability to go out. So this one triggered, while this one seems like it's going through. So, nope. See, different. Yeah. So with these, I'll just come into my hardware and the NIC card itself, right? You need to change them. So like this NIC card, bridge 0, is going out to wherever. I need to put this on a bridge for here anyways. And then London PC, the NIC card for London needs to be on the London network. Those don't have connection outside. So these, outside of my Proxmox build, I have different network cards that I built out. So right here you can see that each network bridge is set up differently. So like the 2, 3, and the 4 networks are internal NIC cards built to support each VM. The bridge on the VM 0 is going out to the real world. So anything that's connected on this site will be able to touch the internet. Everything that I have on these networks won't be able to. So that means these VMs are on the private network itself, so they don't have internet access at all. So let's go back over here, and we can run it through and test it to make sure that it can talk. If it doesn't go through this time, then I'll just remove it completely. So let's go ahead and do this again. So we'll do the Shift F10 here, and we'll do the command once it comes up. And we'll do LA as well, now that we have LA set on the right NIC card. Where do you work, David? It seems like you know most of the stuff as well. It's good stuff. So London now is connected on this side. I will select here, skip the keyboard. Now I don't have internet. And then the name, as you can see now, we'll just do sysadmin. And then hit enter. And then no password, because we'll fix that later. So as you can see now, I was able to bypass it because I changed the NIC cards are built out internally only, so they only can talk to each other, but they can't route out. And then now, same thing here, US, and then skip the layout. I don't have internet now, it shows up because it's identifying sysadmin. For these, no password, build those out. And then click accept. All right, so now we have London working, right? As you can see, we worked through the problems. And this is what I like, guys. You see how you have these real problems? Like, there are people out here actually having these real-time issues, and they're suffering because they're like, oh my God, I can't fix this, or I can't run, you know? So we having these real problems that you might see is good, and I love it. Some of the stuff, if you scour the internet, is stuff that folks are trying to figure out daily at the help desk. You know, how to bypass the login. You know, Windows 11 is giving me this, and I'm doing this in real time for you, and we're working through all the problems. So London is coming on, PC in LA is coming on, and then the New York PC is already here, right? New York is up and running, and it's good to go. I have 2 DCs left to build out, so I'm going to show you guys these build. Still troubleshooting DC2 right here, and then DC1 is up and running. We are still making progress, right? Hopefully you guys are still with me, but we're having issues, and we're running through it. But this is Active Directory, daily operations at the help desk. All right, so DC1, I'm going to check on DC1 and see what's going on over here. So let's go back through and log in. So all right, so DC1 DNS is up and running, yeah. And we have the build outs coming. I did the sites and services on this side. Like I said, 2 network is for New York, the 3 is for LA, and the 4 is for London. All right, so let's jump out and let's check on DC2, see how DC is behaving. So what's going on? Select a domain. Still can't find nothing. What's going on? What was happening? It says an active domain controller for could not be contacted. Okay, did I give this a DNS? Did I set the DNS on here? I have a feeling. I did, but let's take out this one. 192.168.2.1, 2.1, 2.1, the default gateway, because this is going to route all the way out. Let's take this out and click close. Let's shut this down because it's probably trying to route to the main port. Let's keep it inside local only and see. Okay. Yeah, it does, but let me check something too. Let me see what network is this on. I might have put it on the wrong one too. It's on 2, so it's on the New York bridge. So it is. Um, and then DC1 is also on the. Yeah, they're both on the New York bridge. But there's also something that's missing too from this whole build, and is this right here. I didn't finish this morning yet, so this console is need to be set up. I'll fix most of the problems that we have. I need to be routing, and I didn't finish the router build. So with this hardware, as you can see, I have VMB0 here, right? But I need to add these bridges into here. So this device is going to be like a router on a stick. As you can see, I have net 0, 1, 2, and 3, which is going to be routing all my traffic through the individual, right? So on the console itself, and I'm not sure if most of you ever seen this before, but on the this is what I call all right, so we need to accept this, and then voila. All right, so this computer is going to be used. So as you can see, this computer has 4 NIC cards. So I'll set this up as um, I don't even know which NIC card is which. Okay. So go to hardware and let's go to let's go this right here. Remove. Okay, yeah. So let's fix these one by one. All right, so net zero is on my 1.1 network. Okay, so console. This is on my. I'm gonna rename this. So you guys can see. So I'm setting up a router basically on a stick, so you guys can see what we're doing. So this device has access to the internet. So let's go ahead and do. What did I say this one was? VMBR 0. Okay. So this is VMBR 0. Okay. So I can know what they are, because when you start putting them in and you don't label them, you run into problems. All right, so this is going to be a network device. I'm going to add New York Bridge, which is next. So the next one that shows up is the New York Bridge. Okay, this one, perfect. So this is the, what was it called? VMBR 2. All right, just so that I know which networks we're running on, right? All right, perfect. All right, so now let's go back to hardware. We're going to add another interface, and we're going to add VMBR 3 and add here console. It will show up. Rename. And this should be LA, I believe. Yep, and then VMBR 4 is London. Oh, we're doing a lot of stuff today. All right, VMBR 4, add, and then now VMBR 4. All right, there we go. So if we're looking at this, pull this up a little bigger. Now you guys can see that I have each network card interface broken down by the locations, and they're all identified, right? Okay, so all of the bridges are good to go. So what we kind of need to do, we need to set these up so that all of the interfaces can communicate. So in here, I need to do something in PowerShell, and this is kind of called like IP forwarding. So we're gonna do set, and then it's called set net IP, I think. And then interface, and then all the interface aliases. I should probably write this out first. So set net IP interface, and then I need to find in the interface aliases. So interface and then an alias. So when we say alias of the internet, of the interface, so it's ALIA. We're talking about the name of it that we just gave it, right? And then we need to forward. I think this is a command. Don't fire me if I mess this up. Okay, so the name that we need now, as you can see, the names that I gave these, right? These three names, these are the names we want to use. So this is the first one. As you can see, that was the name. So if I did this, we have all three. London, right here. That's the name of London. So we need to get London involved. We need to forward on this port as well. And then also on this port. So yeah, I should try that, right? The get NIP IP. But if I'm getting it though, I think I need to set, because I need to turn on forwarded for it. Because I gotta enable the IP forwarder on it to take first. So I wanted to. Hey, there you go. So I gotta get all of these turned on. So this command basically turns on forwarding on the interfaces. Right there. Didn't get no errors, so I think I got them right. So basically I'm telling the system to turn on forwarding on each of these NIC cards that I have set here. Alright, so that's what it is. Now I need to come over here to server manager. Need to add roles and features, and I'm going to add a role and feature here, and I'm going to call this remote and routing. So I want to click on remote, and where are you? No, let me go back. I don't think it's under here. I think it's actually feature. Where are you? Hold on real All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry, I had a phone call. Yeah, so what I'm installing now is called remote and routing services. So basically, it's like you set up your system as a VPN, right? And when you do that, it allows you to turn on routing. So I'm gonna do install, right? And then Windows features. And this is a feature, so I want to do direct access. And then VPN. And then I want to clean all the management features. Well, tools. That's what they call it now. Oh, Lord. Didn't like that. Yep, so I messed up the command on that one. So let me go to find it real quick since my game is off with this PowerShell piece. Yeah, it is. And if you, I thought I did it right. So the term install Windows feature is not recognized by the commandlet. So, okay. Because under here, I did look for it. It's under Server Manager, remember, add roles and features, and it's a role-based feature. So, next, it's a role-based feature, so don't need this. So it should be on a remote access, like I was, yeah, remote access. Man, I'm tripping. And then it's like next, don't need anything under here. Think I need to go here, here. There it is. This is what I'm looking for. Route in, click that, and then click next. Yeah, and then next, this is where I was looking for. So this is where we want to turn on the routing piece. Leave these as the default. You know, sometimes your brain is like, and then click. All right, so we're installing the RAS now. All right, so feature installation is good to go. Succeeded. All right, could close. Man, this red tore me up. I almost cried. All right, so here we are. Open the get started feature, and let's look at the static route. So for here, we are doing the welcome to this piece. So this is where we want to set up, where we can set up by VPN, or you can do the RS piece only. Oh, what's going to be your new role that you have? So custom configuration, I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna do LAN routing. Since I'm, oh nice, system administrator, same place, same position. Oh wow, congratulations, my friend. That's really good. Hopefully it's better, and it's, it's a good um, year booster. It's always good to start new jobs, especially at the end of the year, because you have the ability to look forward into something in the new year, right? Yeah, my friend, this is it's really really good. You see, it's so funny. I appreciate you being on here with me, David, because is it David or David? David. I hope I'm saying it right. Um, I started this because I wanted a lot of folks to jump on and let's lab up together. A lot of folks said they were coming to, you know, join the live, but only a few folks, which I still appreciate. But I want folks to see the real live stuff that happen day to day, especially when you're new to help desk and stuff like that. You need to understand these little things we're doing, because when you get to sysadmin, if you can't figure out the basics, you're gonna hurt. I see a lot of folks, they're like, man, I have these certifications and this. And I'm like, I've been in this environment for a long time. And I've done everything from sysadmin to network admin, cybersecurity, like the whole nine. But I never forget the lab environment, because this is where I train. Like, my company will not send me to places, or if I have or want things that I want to do, I can't do it because they don't have the money. I'm doing it myself. I'm labbing up. I'm going to educate myself and train, so when it's time for me to take a cert or something, I kind of know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I just don't believe in being a. I mean, it's there, but I feel like as an IT director, you should know the basics of how things are done. If you're going to be in cybersecurity, you can't be targeting Active Directory, but you really don't know how Active Directory works or the fundamentals are behind it. It's kind of weird. It's like, why you want to be a network administrator, but you can't even do a static route. You don't know how to do simple VLSM or simple IP subnetting. But you want these big bucks, so you don't know the little type of titles. It's weird, you know. So I just hope folks understand what I'm trying to show them, and hopefully they'll get something out of it. Yeah, that's just yeah. So we could do a new static route, and um, we're gonna do from New York City, right? So we're gonna call this NYC to where, I don't know where what we could call it. No, we need the destination. Sorry. So this is the interface we're writing on, and we need the prefix is going to be 24. Gateway. So the gateway should be .2.1. the destination from, if you're coming from NYC, we need to be the destination. So this is a gateway, and the destination could be 192.168 because we're going to the 3 network dot 30. So with 3.0, I don't think you could take 0. So 3.1. Enter the destination address. I did. Destination address for the route. Enter the destination address for the route. Did I not do that? What am I missing? Enter destination address for the route. 192.168.2, nope, 3.1. You know what? I didn't put the IP addresses on these yet. Hold on real quick. Wait a minute. We need to configure these first. All right. London is going to be, yep, 192.168.4.1. Yep. That's it. 4.1 for London. Don't need a gateway. And then LA is going to be 192.168.3.1. 3.1. There we go. Subnet mask. Don't need a gateway. Close. NYC, it will be 2.1. No gateways needed. And this is already routable. Alright, so these are routable. Yeah. It's been a while since I set these up. Oh, snap. Shush. I'm in the IPv6. Nobody told me that. Now I see that you over there. I'm like, why am I over here not see these routes? What the what? All right. Here we are. Jeez. Man, I think I've been staring at this screen for so long. All right. We're going to go from 4 to destination. All right. Gateway. Zero. So this is interface destination. So from London to the network, the destination address cannot be more specific than the network mask. How is that more specific? 255.255.0. Oh, there we go. All right, so destination. So from this interface, I'm going to the 2 network. Same interface. Alright, so gateway still the same. So I can route from London, I can route to 3. From London, I can route to 2. Right? Alright, so if I'm on this interface, I can route to these interface via here. Alright. Alright, so I'm routing now from the 4 network interface to all 3 networks, 1, 2, and 3. Right? These are the gateway, these are the gateway. Now I need to do the 3 network. 3 network, 192.168. I need to go from 3 network to the 1 network. And then to route there. Same thing in the 3 network. 2.0. 2.1. Oh, lies. And then gateway 2.1. Right, so on the 3 network on LA, I can route 3, I can hit the 1 network. Then 3, I can hit the 2 network. It said is the 3rd LAN on the correct gateway. Three dot one should be 3.1. Good catch. Good catch. Good catch. So 4 on the 4 London, I can hit 2, I can hit 3, and I can hit 1. Those are the other networks. On the 3 network, I can hit the 2, I can hit 1, I can hit 2, and now I need to hit 4. 192.168.4.0, 255.255.255.0, 192.168.4.1. And so that's the 4 network and the 3 network. Now let's do the 2 network. So on the 2 network, New York C, 192.168, I need to be able to hit the 1 network. 192.168.1 dot lies 255.255.255.0, 192.168.1.1. So I can hit that network and that from the 2. And then from the New York C, I need to hit the 2 network. No, that's on the 2 works. 192.168.3.0, 255.255.255.0, 192.168.3.1. So New York C has route into the 1 network, the 3 network. Now we need to do the 4 network. 192.168.4.0, 255.255.255.0, 192.168.4.1. So NYC can route to the 1, the 3, the 4 because it's on the 2 network. The 3 network can route to the 1, 2, 3, the 4. The 4 network can do the 1, 2, 2, the 3. And then now I need to do the Ethernet 0, which is the main network. It's going to route to 192.168 1, nope, so 2.0, 255, 255, 255, 0, 192.168, 2.1, 192.168, 3.0, 255, 255, 255, 0, 192.168, 3.1. So now Ethernet 0 can route to the 2, the 3. Alright. Now 192.168, 4.0, 255, 255, 255, 0, 192.168, 4.1. Oops. 4.1. 192.168, 4.1. Yeah. You say you don't understand what I'm doing? So I'm setting up a remote, what's called router and a stick. And I'm putting in static routes for each interface card so that they should be able to talk to each other. So right now, if I'm on this network, PowerShell, the IP config right here. I have 169 on all of these addresses. So need to fix these. Um, okay, so I'm routing from here local. So my local is on my 192.191.1.1, right? So now my NYC address, all of these shouldn't be picking up a 169 address. So NYC should be right here, 192.168. So my 2.1 is my NYC. And then this should be one that I should be able to go 1.99 here, but it's not on the same subnet, which is fine. They will still route in between each other. So if I put these, they should be able to still route because we got the gateway. I still don't need the gateway because of inner VLAN, so I can technically take this out and still be okay. Right there, see it changes back to network 4, and because I have the static route set, this is just the IP address of these. Because this gateway is pretty much the router for those VMs. So 3.1 is going to be here and then. So all of these are just gateways. So this is a gateway. 3.1 is a gateway. 2.1 is a gateway. 4.1 is a gateway. And then this now is a IP address on the local network itself. So 4 gateways themselves that are routed. So if I come back over here, all of these routes should be able to route themselves through. So that's what I was trying to connect. But these are now Let me disable them and enable. All right, let's jump back over to this box. Let's check out DC1 and then let's do a test from over here. So let's go to here. So over here we can set up a test to try to hit these boxes. All right. So 3 different networks. We should be able to route across each. All right, so you see what I'm showing you now. If you, yeah, remember that. That's the command, NCPA, that's, yeah, I keep forgetting it. So as you can see before, do you see how this is 4.1, this is 3.1, and this is 2.1, right? These cards, these NIC cards that are running, right? I have these set up on here as the VMs themselves to route out. So from the DC1 itself, I can hit all these 4.1 boxes. So let's try to do DC2 as well. So I can hit all the boxes from here. 4.1, 2.1, 3.1. Right? So the two DCs are communicating. All right, so let's jump back over here and see what's going on still. because it's just searching for this. So we'll see how that is. Anyways, let's jump back over to this PC and let's jump on here. So this PC is on the New York side, so we need to give it an IP address so it can communicate with the DC on the network. So let's go to all right, so right here, properties, and for here, we're going to use the following IP address. So this is the NYC PC. NYC was on the 2 network. So let's just go with 2.2 for this PC. '51. And 52, those are supposed to be the DCs for that location. So it could close. And let's bring up a terminal. Let's try to hit some boxes now. So 2.1, I need to be able to ping it. Okay, so I can hit 2.1. Can I hit 2.52? I can hit 52, which is the DC, right? And then let's try to hit 51 now, which is the other DC. Perfect. So I can hit both of these DCs right here. No, so I didn't set up DHCP yet because this is a brand new box. Remember, we're still building out. So each location is being built as we speak. That was the whole process of the lab, is to build as we go along. So I'm doing static first so you can see how static is built out. And then we will bring in DHCP later on. So I haven't even touched DHCP yet, honestly. We've just been building out the structure. So we can hit right here. We can hit this computer by itself now, as you can see, can talk to all of the domain controllers. So let's go ahead and do a computer. Or if you have to rename a computer, because that's what we want to do, right? So click on rename, and the settings are already here. So you can just do rename PC. I want to scroll all the way down to Windows. And you can change the computer name in multiple different places. If this mouse will stop playing. I think I'm losing juice in this mouse. All right, here we go. So there's multiple ways that you can change a computer name, right? But I like to do it easy way. This way you can just come to advanced settings, unless you're doing it by PowerShell. But easy way, just go on the computer name. A lot of folks, they think the computer description is it, but that's not it. It's just a way for you to identify the system. The computer name is actually here, right? So you want to make sure that this is the name you're changing. If you do it up here, it's not changing the name properly. So we're going to come down here and we're going to click change, and we're going to change the name itself. So if you remember before, the name that we gave the computer, right, when we went to DC1 and we mapped it out on my cut sheet that we were working with, this is the name that we did it for New York C, NYC. So that's the name that we want to make sure we can remember. So I'm just going to go ahead and get a copy of it real quick so that we can know what we're doing. So we're going to jump back over to NYC PC, and let's go ahead and put the name in that we need. So it's going to be Glow. So let's type in Glow, and then NYC, the naming convention. QS was the thing, and then L for laptop, 58 KL. I think that's it. Looks like it. QSL 5KL. All right, we'll do this and go ahead and name the computer itself right here. It's going to prompt you, said yes, yes, yes. Click close, restart the computer now. While that's restarting, we're going to jump over and let's start work on LA. So LA now is going to come online. We are ready to bring LA into play. All right, so if LA, the DC now, we need a DC out by LA. I think I messed up this password. So this will be the first domain controller that's being installed into the LA infrastructure. Sorry. Now we need a DC also for London. So let's try to get London DC up and running as well. Okay, so what is this one? Need Control Alt, delete. Oh, okay. Ooh. I think the London DC is GUI. It's not GUI friendly. I think I accidentally selected the wrong one. Well, this is good training. Yep, that's exactly what I did, bro. All right, so we're gonna do everything in the GUI here because now the London. There we go. So the London domain controller does not have the GUI. I didn't want to teach this yet because I'm like maybe folks won't follow, but hey, we're already here, so let's get to it. We're going to drive on. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to change the computer name. So we're going to hit 2 over here like I did before. And then you need to name this DC04. So that's the 04. And then we'll do N, right? And then we need to give this a 8 to network settings. And then we need to select 1. And then we're going to change the network adapter settings. So this is going to be 192.168.4.51. Right? Nope, lies. I'm going to select 1 first. And then I'm going to do static. And then 192, I should be able to press up. 192.168.4.51. 255.0. Man, we getting all type of things today. 192.168.4.1. Boom. Press enter to continue. Now we need to check to see if it's good to go. So let's go back to 8 and just to make sure. So there we go. So 4.51 is up and running. Let's do a test real quick from somebody to see if we can hit 4.51. I don't know what's going on with this DC. I might have to restart it. So let's hit 4.51. Okay, perfect. So 4.51 that just came on, right? However, I can't hit 4.51 because it just came on because of a few things, right? And you guys probably remember the things we had to do earlier. So we're going to do a 4.51-T over here. So I'm going to continuously run this. Let's go back to DC4. And we know this is configured because I'm looking at the IP address. So I'm going to hit cancel and get out of here. We need to change a few things in here, right? So we did the network settings. We did the install and updates, remote management. Did I change the name? I think I thought I changed the name. And then, yeah, so, all right, let's go 15 and get out of here. All right, so what we need to do is we got to do a few things to get these up and running. So I need to turn off this firewall over here. And the command for this is normally a little tricky. But it's normally set net firewall profile, and then you want to do profile itself. So what type of profile? We're going to do domain itself and slash. We're going to do public, turn all of them jokers off, right? Then private. And then once you do all of that, you want to say enable, right? But you're going to say false. And then that's it. So we turn the firewalls off on here. So now if we go back to DC2, boom, you see that? So before, as I can show you, the reason why earlier we were getting timed out because I couldn't hit that box. Firewall was the problem. So when you configure in these boxes, like I said, you got to make sure you do the basics first and fix it. Do the troubleshooting steps like I was showing you, like how I just did. And then now, once the firewalls is turned off, there you go. Yeah, I normally do the tab sometimes, but some of the commands that are so similar, I don't tab it because I'll be there tabbing all myself. But normally it should be the domain probably, or the domain or public, one of them. Just because they're the profile is on. But as you can see, as soon as we turned off the firewall on that box itself, which was the 4 right here, is good. So I should be able to ping from here out to now all the other boxes. So ping 168.2.1. Can I hit it? There you go. So from this DC, I should be able to hit 2.1. So I should be able to hit 2.51. There we go. 52 is the other domain controller. So they're talking. And this is important because if they're going to be syncing, they need to be able to talk, right? So 51. So 3.51 is the next DC. I should get this as a no, right? Anyone tell me why? Anyone know why we can't hit 3.51? Yeah, I turned off all the firewall together. The reason why is because during the configuration stage, and there's no need to play with firewalls when you're trying to get stuff together. But then you can either disable the firewalls or just write a rule to allow ping to go through so you can communicate. But as a sysadmin, you can do this multiple ways, which the right way is to just write a rule. If you're on the cybersecurity team and you work there, then by policy, we would say you can't disable the firewall. You have to create specific, explicit rules to allow certain things. On certain networks, though, ping is not even allowed. You can't even trace route. So it really just depends on where you're playing. But as far as this lab, just to show how it works, it's best to just turn off the firewall so we can get to what we need to get to. And the reason why we can't get to 3.51 right now is because we haven't turned on 3.51 yet. We haven't brought up the London domain controller is not up and running yet. So if I set this right here to -T on this end, the London DC is DC3. Remember that we just turned on the London DC. Yeah, if I'm going too fast, bro, let me know, man. I'll slow it down. Like this is the stuff that I love. So sometimes I get a little bit excited. So my apologies. All right, so here we are. I'm turning this back on. Right, and like I said, right here we can do a command. So my friend, if you guys remember this command, ncp.cpl will get you there, right? Network settings. I always remember and then I forget this command. It's like love and hate. All right, so 192.168.3.51 is this DC. This one as well, 192.168.3.1 is going to be this. The DNS server is now going to be 192.168.2.51 because we're syncing from DC1. 192.168.2.52 is where we should be pulling our DNS settings from. And click OK and click close. Now if I jump back over to DC4, like I showed you over here, 4.1, I can't, it's not communicating yet, but I'm still bringing up right here this network. However, the firewall for DC3 is still on. So if I did the firewall in the GUI version right here, as you can see, I never turned off the firewall for DC3, right? So it's still there. So I need to turn this off and we can test it. Now we can test it, my friend. So you did say it was public. So let's go ahead and turn off public and see if public is a fix for it. And let's go back to DC4 and see if public was it. So now we're waiting and let's see. Was it public? Was it not? Was it public? I'll give you a hint. Remember, the public is going out to the internet, right? So it wouldn't necessarily be the public, right? Because we're not really doing anything with the public. However, it might be this one, the domain, because we're working on something that's connected to a corporate domain. So maybe if we did off on that one and go back and test it, maybe we might get something. Or was it private? What was I picking over here? 192.168. 3.51. Yeah, 3.51 is this box. One nine two one six eight 3.51. What is this remote tool you're using? Remote tool, which one, my friend? I am using Proxmox for my VMs. That's what I build on. It's not really a remote tool. It's just more like a hypervisor. Oh, the gateway routing is more in depth. So that is basically a router on a stick, we call it in the server world, where say instead of having, yes, Proxmox is open source and it's free. So you'll have to get used to the playing around with it, but it is free. You can get it online and everything, and then just try to figure it out. Or if you need help, just hit me up. The routing piece is called RRAS, RRAS, routing and remote access. right? It is a great way for when you do a router on a stick. For those that want to do a software version of a routing, if you don't have a physical router, you can turn a router into a routing protocol and use it. So software engineers or IT engineers have a way to route without having to have a network team with them. So if you know networking, you can network with a router or network with a software Windows server using Windows features without ever having to use a physical router. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, let's come over here. Okay, who can we not hit? What's going on? Tell me. Control C. All right, so we can't. Can we hit 1.1? So we need to come back to our RAS. All right, jump back on to DC4. Let's jump back over and fix some stuff. So within network settings, let's go to 8 and 1. I think we need to look at the DNS over here. And a new DNS 192.168.2.51 as the primary. 192.168.2.52 as a secondary DNS server. Press enter to continue. And then we did need to restart this server, so we're going to hit 13 and do a restart on this one as well. So DC3 is coming online now. So London base is coming up and running. Did we rename London? Let's see if we rename this. Nope. So we need to rename this box right here. You can also do this here. So DC03 is this box. And you can restart from here. Let's make sure that the IP settings also for this box is good. So 8. Okay, so 3.51. Good. Okay. Oh, gateway. No. We're good. So right there, 3.51. That's fine. All right, let's start now. And then let's go back to the PC. Now let's go back to PC1. So we were able to. Did we rename this PC? Yep. No, I thought we did. Did we not restart? Probably needed to restart. So PC1 for New York is coming online. And once it's come online and it's good to go, we're going to use one of the users that we had created earlier to try to log into the network as a test. So right here, sysadmin is good to go. Remember these users now that we created over here on this box. We're going to Now, Jimmy R. Smith, remember Jimmy? We talk about Jimmy coming back. So Jimmy got his PC now, which is right here, and we're going to be able to use Jimmy to log in. So this is where we're testing to see if Jimmy can access the network. So let's go back to NYPC. Jimmy got his brand new computer. Let's see if Jimmy can actually talk to the domain controller. So let's do a terminal. And let's see who is Jimmy. So Jimmy's computer was renamed, as you can see right there. So we did a who am I, and I can see the name was actually good, so it took effect. All right, so that means Jimmy is on his computer. Now Jimmy needs to access the network. So there's a few things that we need to do first. We need to get Jimmy's computer to be joined to the domain, right? So if I did sconfig here, will it work? Anyone know? Let's try it out and see. Says the term sconfig is not configured, yada, yada, yada. The reason why this won't work is we're in a Windows box, Windows 11. Sconfig is a server configuration. They call it commandlet, and is not configured or installed on your Windows box. So if you're ever trying to do it, just make sure that you're on your Windows servers for this to work. It's not going to work on the Windows 7 box. I think you might be able to install this commandlet. I haven't tried it, but that might be something I play around with. So anyways, let's go ahead and join the computer to the domain. So we could do a few things. Like I said, keywords will work. If you wanted to go back to rename computer, you can do that. Right here, when you do a rename, it tells you, it gives you the options to do certain things. So down here, domain or work group, you can just go here and find it multiple ways. We're going to go ahead and click change. The name is correct, and then the domain. So the domain is global. GOL, global tech. .local, right? And this populates. So now we need to type in a password. Administrator. Now there's multiple ways to do this. I normally like to type in the actual domain admin / this, because sometimes if you have a built-in administrator that's called administrator, this can also trigger a failure saying it can't find it because we're not using the global administrator account. Okay, so one good way to do it, make sure you're doing it right, and then there you go. So we successfully joined our first computer to the domain. Voila. Now once you click OK and click restart up here, right, now this computer has been successfully joined, and we can restart it. And now we can say New York PC successfully have his first computer joined. So go back to our big box and look at our stuff. We can look into this and say, okay, so NYPC is online. And our infrastructure is being built out. So far, so good. So now, NYPC is here. You're about to log in for the first time. And you see this. Remember I was telling you guys earlier that when you're about to log in, and if you don't see a certain thing properly, you're not logging on to the domain, and this is a perfect example. You go to other user. If you want to sign into global tech right here, global tech is your domain. So you need to make sure that you're signing into global tech. If you wanted to sign into the computer itself, here's a cool trick. You can do a dot and then do a backslash. If you do a dot backslash, it will change the computer for you to change it, for you to log in locally. Right? So different ways you can log in if you want to know where it is, or if you want to also know the computer name. If you're doing inventory and you walk around and the computer is locked, you could just basically do this dot backslash on the computer screen itself, and it will, without you logging in, it will show you the name of the computer. It's a cool way to actually know the name of the computer. And if your inventory matches up with the computer and your naming scheme, it's a good way for you to keep track of all your stuff. Question: since you have created a PC on the DC, you don't need to move from the default OU, correct? That's correct, because I staged it before. So since I staged it where I wanted it to be, I don't have to go back and move it because it was staged. But this is the staging piece. I'm going to do another one that is not staged, and then you can see how we'll have to move it around to put it in the right location. So let's go back and trigger the login. So we're going to do other user here. And do you guys remember Jimmy? So Jimmy was Jimmy dot R dot thing R dot Smith. I think that was Jimmy. Is let's see. Jimmy dot R dot Smith, and then it's PASSWORD. It's good that you write stuff down as we go along, because then we start to forget about it. All right, so let's go back to here and do Jimmy the R. Smith, and then his password is PASSW0RD123. Now the users, if they were logging in at the first time and they hit enter here, it's supposed to prompt them. If you created this as a help desk properly, this is what the user is supposed to see. The user must change password the first time they log in. This means you did your job as a help desk or sysadmin. Now, this is the part where Jimmy has to create a new password to log on to Global Tech. Now that Jimmy has successfully created his password, Jimmy's going to log in. What? Oh, password. I thought I just did that. Jimmy's giving problems already. He's about to call the help desk. What's going on, Jimmy? All right, let's try this again. Am I fat fingering something? It shouldn't matter because it just prompted me getting all these issues today. Could be the password that doesn't meet the complexity too. Sometimes that happens. Oh no, man! You've been great for me. Appreciate you. I don't know what location you're at, but it's 1 o'clock here at my time, so I like to do this, and hopefully, folks join in and get something out of it. Oh yeah, so my next video I'm going to do the MDT capture phase. If there's something that you definitely want to see, or if you need me to break something down for you, let me know because I am very good with the whole Windows deployment. I'm certified in that area, and I do a lot of flawless deployment or touch-free deployment or zero-touch deployment for my organization, and everything's like scripted or whatever. So let me know if it's something you're having issues with, or maybe you need help on the deployment piece with the MDT, and I could definitely help you out. So I can do another live session. I just don't. This is the first time I'm trying out this whole live thing. I normally just create a video and upload it to the channel, but recently trying to do something different to see if I can get a different audience as well. So let me know, and I will try to plan a live session, and I can do it with you. Um, oh man, struggling to capture the master image. Let me know. Did you sysprep it and everything? This is dope. You talking for me where I'm located, or is it for David? Oh, I'm on the Pacific side. I live in Hawaii. Oh yeah, I got some family up there in DC. It must be cold up there right now. I just can't do the cold weather no more, man. I'm so spoiled when it comes to the summer. It's you know, since I moved to Hawaii, I just stayed. I used to live in Europe for a little bit, and then I came to this side in 2019, right before the whole pandemic stuff, and then I just stayed out here. Yeah, but as far as the imaging, David, if you having issues, oh wow, LA is right up the road. You know, it's funny. LA is right there, and I really don't go to LA. I've never even been to Las Vegas, man. It's crazy. All right, so let's jump around. Let's see what we have right here. So we still have my we have AD going. DC1 is up and running, and DC2, right? DC1, DC2, DC2 is still alive, and DC3. So we have our structure built out. Domain controller is running. Our Active Directory structure is still here. We have our user that we are working with. His name is Jimmy R. Smith. We created an account for Jimmy, and Jimmy now needs to reset his passwords before logging in. Right? YouTube, bro. YouTube, thank you. Now on PC01, we try to get Jimmy to log in. Well, no, it seems like no, London, New York. So Jimmy's trying to log into this PC, and he's not successful. I think we need to restart this box. Yeah, just let me know or send me a message if it's over the weekend or something. And even tomorrow, if you want to go over the MDT capture, I could do it with you even tomorrow as well. Yes, definitely. I am on the chat. If you guys want to link up with me, right? Um, I am on LinkedIn as well, but I don't really do much LinkedIn. But if you want, I am. If you're in the group chat, just hit me up and send me a friend request. Yeah, man. So, yeah, hit me up and send me. So where we at? We with the NYPC, right? And we need to get this guy to log in. So as you can see, we need to go to other user. All right. So what was the password again that we used for Jimmy? So here it goes. PA. Oh, jeez. Don't do this to me. All right, Jimmy. So it's Jimmy.r at Smith. All right. And we're going to do a password. All right, there we go. Password must be changed, so we're going to click OK. And then a new password. That's what I'm doing. What is going on? Isn't this crazy? Every time I type in for Jimmy for password, it keeps saying that I need to let's type in sysadmin. Let's go back here. All right, let's see what we're looking like. So the username is sysadmin that we're logged into. Is it domain join? We'll see. Okay, so it is on domain right there. So we know that it's set up, right? All right, we're gonna restart and try to see if we can get Jimmy to log in. If Jimmy can't log in, then we're gonna go ahead and get the what's the other person we had right here. So with Jimmy, so Jimmy's having issues. We can always use. Jimmy's from Staten Island, and then we also have. No, I thought we had research, and we have Samantha. We can also try Samantha too. Let's see what Samantha login is. Samantha won't be able to log in because she don't have a login info. So we can do. Sammy that long and click OK. All right, let's jump on over and see if we can get in as Sammy. Capital P A S S W0RD 1 2 3. Ooh, Sammy down long. Probably messed up on this one as well. Let's analyze and see. Let's troubleshoot together. So we have Sammy's account, and then we have Jimmy's account. Between the two accounts that are having issues, so account and account, right there, Jimmy.R.Smith, right? Right there could be one of the problems. See, Jimmy.R.Smith. But can anyone show or point out the reason why Jimmy wasn't able to log in? Because we had issues why Jimmy couldn't log in. And we were doing it for a while. But if you take a look at Jimmy's profile, it says end of January 13, 2025. So he is good to go. There's nothing wrong. It says he must change his password at the next login. His account looks fine. We can unlock his profile. We don't think it's locked. His profile looks good. There's nothing really major. So between the two profiles, if we're troubleshooting, right, and looking at the two accounts, do you see anything that will be wrong why one user can log in and one can't? Let's go back and test it. We're going to log in as Sammy.long right now and see. So let's go back to this account. We're going to go to other user, Sammy.long. So it's going to be PA$W0RD23. But it says the username and password is incorrect. See? Well, so might want to do that. Okay, so now the user's password must be changed. Now when I hit enter here, it's saying the user's password must be changed before signing in. Right? But we did change the password. If you can see, we did change the password, right? Common issues that happen all the time. So when I fast figured it, this is the password, PASSW0RD123, right? We're just going to change it to PASS. PASSW0RD1234. So if we look at this, right, we're going to do PASSW0RD1234. Right, so now we're going to do PASSW0RD1234. We check the password again, right? And it is what? Okay. But will it take this password? It says you get the same error. So what could be our problem? What could be our problem if we're troubleshooting as sysadmins? So let's go back and type in the old password again. PASSW0RD123. Right? Is prompting us for something. Saying the password must be changed before signing in. So if we go over to our domain controller, we're not there yet, but this is a big fast forwarding. Let's open up what we call group policy, right? So group policy is a big one for troubleshooting. And normally there's nothing set on your default, so you won't really have to worry about much. And your local domain policy, like let's say, nothing is really set on your box, right? So if there's no domain policy, then whatever local policy is there, that's all that's going to be set. So if we open up a GPO and we say, let's go ahead and create a new GPO here. Maybe link it at the top. And maybe call this password policy. And click OK. Now in the password policy, we want to go ahead and click edit, right? And then when we go here, we're going to navigate to computer configuration, which is up here at the top. And then we want to come down to preferences, Windows settings. And then we're going to go to It's normally security settings. Where are you? There it goes. So it's under this one. So security settings, and then under security settings, account policies, password policy. Right here. Now, these settings are not defined, so the minimum is not really set, or the complexity is not really set, but it can be defined, right? So if you wanted your passwords to be set a certain way, you can read the explanation, and it will tell you that it needs to be set at a certain stage, where it needs to be at least 6 characters in length, contain characters from 3 of the following categories: uppercase, lowercase, 10 digits, 0 through 9, alphanumeric, and all that stuff. So this is a good way you can define this policy. You can enable it and click apply and click OK. So that means whenever someone is logging into the domain and this policy is taking effect, right, it's good to go. But let's say this policy was not enabled, right? That means it's not on the domain controller. But if we jump back over to the box itself and go to NYPC, and we take a look at the structure NYPC, let's log back in as a sysadmin, yeah? And as a sysadmin, you're like scratching your head like, man, there's also a GP there's also a group policy on your local box as well that you can look into, right? And if this ever comes on, let's bring this up. So inside of your local group policy here, you do also have a local group policy too. Similar location, right? Windows and security settings, account, right there in password policy. Now, you see how this is defined locally? Right here, this is the age. So if there's no domain set, normally the local will take effect. So now it's telling me that this minimum is not defined, but there were certain things that were defined. Password must meet complexity requirement right here, and it is enabled, right? So you're there scratching your head as a sysadmin, and you're like, man, I can't log on, or I'm changing this like we were doing. But this is the problem right here, guys. This is where you got to dig deep. You have 2 versions of the group policies that are going on. You have a local one that is embedded right here. And because this is embedded, it's not overwritten yet by the domain, because if the domain is not set, your local and policy is going to take effect, right? So this is probably the reason why we were having issues, because when I typed in the password, I just changed it to something that was not complex, but it didn't meet the minimum requirements right here that I explained. So by default, the password that I needed to set, it had to have or meet this requirement: non-alphanumerical, base 10 digits, lowercase, uppercase, and all these characters. So that means I got to create a password that meets this, or I can try to disable this, right? So this is enabled, but it won't allow me to disable this. As you can see, it's locked right there. And that's probably because as a sysadmin that's logged in, if I go to users, right, and the users on this computer, as you can see, the local administrator is disabled. As a sysadmin, I'm not a member. Well, I am a member. That's weird. That is interesting. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and set up a password, because I never set one when I did this initially. So password is set as a sysadmin on this box. right? Now, the group policy, on the box itself, so this is embedded and ingrained, where I'm still a sysadmin right here. And the way it's set is that it's probably because I opened this just regular. As you can see, that the box itself is just locked. So you see these locks right here, right? Okay, so there used to be these, back in there used to be called the right click policy, right? Where you can right click and run things as. They don't really do that stuff no more because of the way changes with Windows or whatever. They don't do the whole right click change stuff anymore or whatever, right? Where are we at? So it used to be able where you can just open up anything as a regular user and you can see anything you want to, right? But the problem is when you click this just like this, it's opening it up just regular. So what if you come over here and you right click as and you run as an administrator and you look at the settings the same way, the properties. Now if I dive deep into Windows settings and I go to security settings and policies right here, and I'm looking at the same policies, there's really no difference. So this is probably because of the way this box was imaged, or it could be one additional thing. We can always empower this guy, right? It's so funny because he's also an administrator too. It said open computer management is, yeah, so computer management, same thing. I could run this and system administration. And these are good because troubleshooting these things are the way to go. It seems like you're sitting at a help desk and working from start to finish. So I'm able to log in as the default admin guy. I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in, right? The monster that's supposed to be there. I'm gonna take a look at DC1 and see what's going on. This was never set or rolled out. Right here, right? So that's not defined, and we can enforce this policy because as a group policy, if it's on the domain, normally the domain policy will take effect first. So right here we can do password policy and we can enforce this, and then we can link this to different OUs, or we can keep it at the top as necessary. On here, we can do a GP edit. So do a GP update / force and push this down. Sometimes you look at something and you're like, well, I thought I typed that right, and it looks correct, but it's not correct. You're like, what is going on? All right, so we jump over here. Let's go back to the NYPC. Next. So same thing right here, right? Doesn't matter who I'm logging into. This is set or engraved into the system itself. See those? There's additional ones too that are also set. So as you can see though, most of the time, like these are forced or set through these group policy, and they're locked. That means that these are probably pushed through somewhere where we call the registry. And one way you can do these is that you can go into the registry and you can reset all of these policies to reset them, because if you don't want these to trigger, you can do it where you can start and do a reg edit, or you can do a command prompt. Ooh, terminal. And this is a fun part now, because you need to perform the procedure in order to get them reset if you're having this issue. Common problems that we might run into, right? But what we gotta do what we gotta do, right? SEC, right? So we're gonna do security policies, so sec edit, so sec edit, and then so we're going to configure this. So CON FIG so configure /CFG, and then we need to get the Windows, right? And don't think that I remember these at the top of my head. Like these things are stuff that are like written down, man, from troubleshooting over the days or whatever. Because you can't remember all of these. I mean, you might be able to remember onesies and twosies, but not everything. Alright, so this should be like the first command that you want to hit. Did I mess something up? Render slash DEFLT base. I thought I got it. What did I type wrong? I typed something wrong. It says it right here. Configure that override areas. So I did configure slash CFG. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Okay, let's try something else. Let's check out our GP. Let's take our what you call it. Let's see how our water is coming off. So let's push this to the desktop. So basically generating a report, put it on the desktop, and let's see what comes up. So right here you can see these are the reports that's being pushed right here. The domain, the site, global tech, this is where it's located, and then all of these settings. So the password policy applied GPO, as you can see right there, they are being applied. Yep. So all of these settings are being applied to the system. So this is good ways to troubleshoot to see what type of GPOs are being applied to the system, And as you can see, when you look at it right here, right, the system itself gives you the administrator who's logged in. It tells you where we at, right? We pushed out a report, and you can see the default domain policy is being applied right there. But then you can also see that the local is being denied, but the password policy is set, right? Is set. Then everything else between here, see that? So this is good ways to troubleshoot, because this is just basically built on a system image. I don't even know where I got this. I think I downloaded this straight from the Manny. But if that's the case and the local policy is the problem, then it's just something that you'll have to play with. But I think I'm pretty sure I ran into this error before where, you can't change your password because the local policy is causing all of this to happen. And then folks are scratching their head like, like, what am I supposed to do, whatever. But these are common help desk issues. So how do we fix this? Well, let's troubleshoot it together, and let's dive deep into the world of fixing everything. Seems like everything wants to happen all at once. Like, I want to give one class, and then it turns into something totally different. It's crazy. So let's check out the registry real quick, where I wanted to show you. So you can go to regedit, or just go here and do registry editor. And once you're under the registry, right, we can go into local machine, and we're going to go under users, and we're going to check out some stuff. We'll find software real quick. And then on the software, we need to do Microsoft. And then we're looking for Windows and then current version. So Windows, current version. And then we need to look for policies right here. Windows, current version. And then, where you go, policies. And then you should see something here like on the Explorer, right? So on the Explorer, you could type this in and see what they have set, right? But it doesn't seem like anything was configured here, because normally you would see something under here that says like desktop, and the desktop would have you with something configured or whatever. So that's a good thing that the registry is not being affected. They do have a few things under the auto run, but it's just a drive for the auto run. There's really nothing. So the policies are kind of empty when it comes to the registry itself, as you can see. So let's minimize this one, and let's go back to, so we pushed out our result, and we need to try to see if we can modify it. Well, can we modify this? Let's try to figure it out. Like I said, there's a few register policies we can push. So can we push a GP update on this one? Okay, so push the GPO update on this one, right? So this is coming now from the domain because we are connected to the domain. And like we said, domain policies now should take effect over the local policies. So even though we have something that is local, if you have a domain, it's supposed to override it. And I like to push this at least 3 times just to try to get it to force. All right. Slash, oops. Ah, geez, 1 slash. All right, so we can see here when we checked after it, you can say the following GPOs were not applied because they were filtered out. Local group policy, filtering out. The latest group policies were applied right now as of this right here, 12/14/2024. As you can see, the daytime, which is 2 minutes ago. GPO was applied from NA, domain, name, right there. So domain computers, it's a part of domain computers. So we can see that. The password policy is the one that I created on the domain. And you can see that the last group policy was applied from DC01 right there, right? So that means once I did a GP update, even though there's a local one on here, it was filtering out. So that means I need to, let's try to do a test and just go ahead and do a restart on this box. Now let's try to do a login real quick. So let's do a new user and we're going to do and what was Jimmy's password? I think I messed that up. They said the logout was moved. Global Tech, Jimmy the Artist Smith. So this is something different that I've encountered, because with this PC, let's try a different box and see. This is with another box itself. This is, oops. This PC belongs to London, so London PC. Okay, let's check a few things. Ethernet name. Alright, let's work on this IP. Let's see what's going on. So IP address for London is the 3 network. So 3 dot 2. Three dot 1. Okie dokie. Alright, so we have these running. Now let's try to see if we can turn this off. Okay, so firewall is turned off in here. Let's go to terminal. And from here, we're going to do a ping. Try to hit 2.1. Okay, 2.51. Okay, 3.1. Alright, so let's check to see London PC hardware network. Yeah, the wrong one. It's supposed to be. Oh no, that's London. Yeah, London hardware. Sounds about right. Yeah, London is on the 4 network. Okay, so let's check our router. Yes, I need to use the. Huh? One enter one 684.1. Well, London. 3. Wow, wait a minute. So 3.1, but I'm on London. Okay, so this can be right. So this is a London PC. It's on the 4 network. It's on the London Bridge network. So that means this console has to be on the 4 network. And this has to be 4. Alright, try this again. There we go. So wrong network settings. Okay. Now that all of these are talking, let's go ahead and do a computer name change. So we can do it here. Need to rename this PC. So this is a London PC. So this is the one that is not staged. So we're going to do a computer that is not staged at all, and then we'll move it around. So this is going to be a London PC 00, London PC 01. And we'll restart this. All right, so we successfully changed the name of this one. So let's go view the PC name. Just make sure. Okay, so that's good. Let's go advanced settings, and now let's try to change the name. So we're going to join it to the domain here. So let's do global tech. All right, global tech dot local. Click OK. So global tech dot local. And then the password, then click OK. And then there we are. We were able to join the domain. So we're going to go ahead and click close, and we're going to restart now. All right, so let's go ahead and log back in, and let's test this. So go here and log back in. See if I can log into this one. So is this I'm reading up on this. It says this is like a 24H2 issue. Is that it? All right, so let's double check something else that could be rolling out. So let's go back to our DC and roll this up. And it seems like there might be some type of, who knows? Who knows what's going on with Windows nowadays? All right, so let's go back to, where's our group policy? And on the group policy, we can use the default domain policy and we can edit this for this simple check so we can see what's going on. So we're going to go to computer configuration and we're looking for Windows settings. I think it's under here, Windows settings, yep. And then security settings. And I'm looking for security, under security, and local policies, probably security options, and then let's see if something is being defined here. So I'm looking for network security, and it's like a configuration status. So it's a network security. Configure encryption types are right here. And let's see if this could also be not defined, but we can set it as a minimum too. And then okay, let's do a GPO update on this. So we're pushing through, getting these updates to push through. Ran into a few issues with the OSs itself, which that's what we're troubleshooting right now together to see. Which is a weird update. So let's check out back my London PCs. Let's go ahead and just give them a restart. Same thing with So yeah. So LAPC is looking good. Alright, so let's jump back on this one. And let's see if we can get in. Alright, so this obviously did take the first thing, but we need to just do an update. So this box needs to be configured. Alright, so that one has been good. So let's push this one again. And then one more time. Alright, let's do GP update slash or nope, GP result. So this came back with the filtering for the group policies that were applied. So that's good. So we can take a look at a few things. And one of the things that I think that is causing this too can also be DNS related, right? And I just have a big feeling that it is as well. So take for example, if I was supposed to go in here, and if I went back onto my DC one and I did some updates, if I did some changes based on the network setup, right, so alright, so global tech that local populates, and if I go to status and in details, it's auto configured for a PIPA. But then if I go back out here and I go to the hardware and I just, let's say for example, just add network device 0. Alright, so let's put these back in. So 2.1 is good on this side, and then we're gonna leave this other one over here, just on a DHCP scope. So I just want to see just the status of this, and this should be picking up. This should pick up an automated address. There you go. Should pick up an automatic address on its own. Alright, then let's go back to the PC for New York that we're working on. And then the same thing, I want to add the card 0 so that they can route out to each other. And then I'll go back to console and let's try to log in. So we're going to go to, there we go. And let's try to log in now. Alright, let's check out. So this is the 2.2 network. All right, so let's check these settings now. All right, so restarting this one to see. This is PC01. So we need to do Jimmy.r.smith, and we need Jimmy to log in. So PASSW0RD 1, 2, 3. I think I messed this up. So either way, this is what I'm saying, like, whatever, because we know we can log in if we change the password manually, but when this is set and it's pushed out, right, if the system is having issues, then you're gonna run into probably some serious problems. So for example, let's go ahead and disable the internal network, and we're going to use this network 1. And if we go here, status, we can see that this is pulling a 233 address. So let's keep it as a 233. And we're just going to test the routing protocols. So it's going to be 1.1. No. 1.1. Alright, so we'll use another routing and test it. So 192.168.1.233, and then that's going to be the IP address of the domain controller, 233, and then 1.1 all the way. So we could that, and we could close. Alright, so we got 233 here. We're gonna go to DC2, and DC2 over here, same thing. We'll do properties. Yeah. So if we look at this on the 2 network, we can keep this as well. And we're going to disable this network. And let's go to hardware and let's add another NIC card and let's add the 0 network that we know is working. Go back to console and let's do the status and see what it gives us. It gives you 205. Close. Alright, so what did this one show up as? So this one, status, details, 205. Alright, so let's give this back a 205 address. So let's go to properties, right here. Let's go to do 205. So 192.168.1.205. Tab 192.168.1.1. 192.168.1.233. That's the server. That's the DNS server. 233. And then click OK. And then click close. Alright, so now that this network is up, I'm going to test some other stuff that we've been having issues with. Right? So close that out. So global tech.local / administrator password right there. Username password is incorrect. Okay. So global tech / ADMINISTRATOR, and then the password. Click OK, and then next. Alright, I'm just going to restart all of these and clear them out because they have been probably caching. Alright, so hardware, let me see if I have London PC. So we have these connected. So we can check out the network connections on these now here. So we can see this one we're going to disable, and then we'll just see the status of this one is picking up. It's picking up a 169, which is not no really 169, but it's a .169 address. So we're gonna go properties. Okay, IP address 169, so 192.168.1.169, 192.168.1.1, 192.168.1.233. Alright, so the 233 there, now we can go ahead and we're going to restart this box. Let's jump back over to DC2. See what's happening at DC2. After the jump. Alright, so this is started up. This is our DC2, and we need to check out a few things over. So I'm getting pings here. Okay, so let's go back to server manager. So global tech slash administrator. DNS is right, so we'll have to figure this one out to see what's going on. I'll jump back over here and go to these other DCs. Let's try to work with these. So that one was the, let's try 3. So let's check out the properties of here. So this is on the 3 network, the old one. So we're gonna go ahead and disable this one, and let's try to pull up add this to a new network. So let's bring this right down. We're gonna add a new hardware, add network device, and then we add this network. Let's see what this is. Pull it 2222. So we'll just say 192.168.1.222. So 168.1.1, and then the DNS is 192.168.1.233, and then click OK, and click OK, and then click close. Now up here we'll go back to tools, and we're gonna do configure the server roles and features. Next for DC3. We're gonna do Active Directory Domain Services. Select DNS, add features. Click next. Restart here, click yes, install there, and then let that run. So we're testing DC3 now to bring online with DC1, and then also LAN PC01 is also being tested. So this restarted. Alright, so DC3, let's test it. It's been installed. Okay. So we're going to wrap up here a little bit because this episode kind of went a lot longer than expected. That's just because we've been building out and trying to troubleshoot. But if you guys do enjoy this video, just let me know. Um, Happy to hear what you guys think. Um, but yeah, we are going to work again on global tech. We're going to be rebuilding it from start to finish, so you can get some more hands-on experience on it. But thank you guys for tuning in into building out this infrastructure. Hope you guys got something out of the troubleshooting piece, so we can work it. But yeah, from here on, we'll just continue to build and grow and get better at Active Directory services, Active Directory domain services, building out networks and so forth. I'm gonna pause here and then we'll just resume on the next video. You guys have a good Saturday. Oh, I didn't know you were still watching. I thought I was by myself. I really thought I was by myself. I didn't see anyone online. Um, we have more stuff to do. What is your name on the Facebook side? Send me a message or something. Yeah, if you send me your name, I'll try to find you real quick. Yeah, is they all? Is the networks having issues today? Hold on, real quick. Again, another phone call coming in. All right, I'm back. So it says that Ken can't receive your messages. They don't allow new messages from everyone. Yeah, I don't. My profile. Let me. You're in the group. You said the group is called this. That's your profile. This dope life. Hmm. I don't see you. I don't even see you in the group. It's- Is that your name? What is their name on Facebook? I forgot their name could be different. Yeah, let me know. I think I'm gonna revisit this build out as well, and I'm curious to troubleshoot to see what is um is happening with the the cards. Let me check out DC2 again to see if it was finished. Cause you see, like these arrows right here are triggered by DNS somehow. Could be. Cause there's no way I can't find the DNS to push to the next one, right? So yeah, I think we're going to revisit this build again and see. We have to. If you could tag me in your maybe on a post on the group, and then I'll just try to send you a friend request or something. But yeah, we're going to revisit this build and go back through playing around with those labs. We got so much work we could do, and we have a wide range of things we can play with. Oh, did you? I was trying to see what your name was that you tagged me in. Was it Did you send me the tag? I was just laughing at this stuff, man. Somebody posted that this guy over here roasting deer legs. Oh man, this is crazy. Yeah, but I think we're gonna go. We're gonna revisit this build again. I think this is a good intro for most of the folks. I wish I had a more audience of folks to join in and we can chit chat about some of the stuff that they go through and probably recreate some of the problems. As you can see, these are common issues that we face, and I'm gonna troubleshoot the one with the a login issue because that's something that I haven't seen in a while, and it shouldn't be. You shouldn't have those problems where you can't log in to change the password. That's new. And then the other one with the domain stuff. So this little stuff that I like to troubleshoot, and I think we'll go from there, man. So yeah, we're going to wrap it up, because I think we've been on here for a while, but it's a good way to do stuff, I guess troubleshoot and do some cool stuff. So without further ado, I really appreciate you guys, whoever joined in with me, and I guess we'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, catch you on the flip side. Comment, like, and subscribe. Please let me know if you guys want to support the channel too. Just click on the links. They're all up on the top. You can buy me a cup of coffee or whatever. It doesn't matter. But let me know what you guys think, and I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. Yeah, we're gonna build this out. I'm gonna make it a whole document. I'm gonna document it and then wrap it up. So y'all gonna see global tech again. We're gonna make this into something, and it's gonna be like a project where we're gonna see how folks build it out, and let's see how they work through it. So until next time.